Saptarushi and Saptaranga. In Alandi, a Garud Stambha of Bhagavad Dharma, nearly 145 feet height, was built for the devotees, and Annapurna Sadan near Vakri, Pandharpur, named Tyagamurti Prayagakka Sadan, are examples of its creations for the mass. A true follower of the philosopher Sant Sri Gyaneshwar Maharaj and Jagat Guru Sant Sri Tukaram Maharaj, he is also a great believer in the teachings of India's great noble son, Swami Vivekananda. Dr. Vishwanath Karad always thinks of the peace in the world, benefit of science for the mass, which ultimately led him to form and to be a president of UNESCO Chair for the World Peace at MIT. He recently attended and delivered a speech at Salt Lake City, USA, where he was invited for the Parliament of World Religions Conference. His confident, scholar, and a visionary character always is a source of inspiration for the all MITians. We all MIT fraternity thank such a great personality for leading us on the path of the humanity.
इन महान टीचर को हम यहाँ पर नमन करते हैं और प्रशस्ति पत्र पढ़ने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मिलिंद पांडे जी को।
Citation of honor, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, Founder and Executive President, World Peace Center, Alandi, MICE, MIT, Pune, India. It fills our heart with great pleasure and pride while presenting to you, sir, this Lifetime Achievement Award and Citation of Honor in recognition of your long and dedicated service as a revered teacher, visionary educationist, and institution builder of the highest caliber. In 1983, you founded MICE, Maharashtra Institute of Technology, MIT, Pune, the first unaided engineering college in the urban Maharashtra. Today, under your able and visionary leadership, the MICE MIT group of institutions is a vibrating education hub consisting of 70 plus institutions providing top-notch education to over 60,000 students in multiple academic disciplines from KG to PG. Thousands of alumni of the MIT group who have today found niche careers for themselves salute you for your great foresight. Sir, apart from being eminent educationist, you are a committed peace activist working tirelessly to establish the culture of peace in the world. You are a UNESCO chairholder for human rights, democracy, peace, and tolerance, and also a self-inspired architect, conceptualizer, and designer, which is reflected in the magnificent architecture of the MIT Institute spread across the country. The beautiful and long-lasting ghats built by you at the pilgrim centers of Alandi and Dehu for the benefit of the devotees, the unique multimedia coliseum at Alandi for mass education, the construction of 120 earthquake-proof houses in earthquake-affected Nepal, your prompt action in providing relief to the victims of the natural calamities throughout the country are just a few examples of your commitment to human welfare and well-being of the society. You are a true symbol of the Marathi verse by philosopher Saint Sri Tukaram Maharaj, Satya Sankalpacha Data Narayana, Sarvakari Purna Manoratha. We once again pay our respect to you and proudly present to you this special Lifetime Achievement Award on the occasion of the first National Teacher Congress today, 23rd September 2016 at Pune. मैं कुछ इस प्रकार से अपनी भावनाएं व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि स्नेह और प्यार के मोती लुटाते चलता है, हम सबको अपने गले से लगाते चलता है। इनके कद का अंदाजा कोई करे भी तो कैसे, ये आसमां है फिर भी सर झुकाते चलते हैं।
आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कृपया सभी अपने अपने स्थानों पर खड़े हो जाएं नमन और प्रणाम करने के लिए। महान टीचर्स की परंपरा को आगे ले जाने वाले उसके संवाहक हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर मजूमदार और प्रोफेसर कराड जीवन गौरव पुरस्कार से सम्मानित। आप सभी अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। तो ये जो नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस का मंच है, नई नई परंपराओं का यहाँ पर उदय हो रहा है जिन्हें हम आगे लेकर जाएंगे, और ऐसी एक परंपरा जिसका निर्वाह करेंगे हम, वो है रेजोल्यूशन। वो रेजोल्यूशन जो वो सवाल जो कि आपसे हम पूछेंगे जिसका जवाब आपको देना होगा, और यही तो वो सवाल है जिन्हें हम आगे उठाना चाहते हैं, नीति निर्धारकों तक ले जाना चाहते हैं। मैं गौतम को इनवाइट करूंगी प्रोफेसर गौतम, वो आए और रेजोल्यूशन पढ़कर सुनाएं।
Thank you, Neelam ji. I request all the teachers to hold their mobile phones in their hands because now there will be need to send an SMS. I'll read the resolution for you. हम प्रथम नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस के शिक्षकगण सरकार से आग्रह करते हैं कि शैक्षणिक संस्थानों की स्थापना हेतु एकल नियामक संस्था स्थापित करें जो व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठानों के लिए एकल खिड़की मंजूर के अंतर तर्ज पर चले, जिससे शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में समानता, प्रसार और उत्कृष्टता आए। We, the teachers of the First National Teachers Congress, appeal to the government to establish a single regulatory body which would be more effective and efficient mechanism for ensuring equity, expansion, and excellence in education on the lines of single window clearance for business establishment. It's a request to all of you to please start sending SMSs. As you can see on the right-hand side top corner on this big screen, please type, if you want to support to this resolution, please type SMS NTCI space Y if you want to support, or if you don't want to support, please SMS NTCI space N and send this SMS to 92121 48888. I repeat, to support this resolution, please type NTCI space Y and send SMS to 92121 48888. Your time has already begun. As you can see, there are only 2 minutes time given to you for posting your vote. It's a very, very unique opportunity. Please try and make most of it. We, the teachers of the First National Teachers Congress, appeal to the government to establish a single regulatory body which would be more effective and efficient mechanism for ensuring equity, expansion, and excellence in education on the lines of single window clearance for business establishments. Please cast your vote. We just have a minute and a half left. Please take out your mobile phones, type SMS if you want to support this resolution, type NTCI space Y and send this SMS to 92121 48888. If you don't want to support this resolution, please type SMS NTCI space N and send it to 92121 48888. The time is running out. We just have 50 seconds left. It's a very unique opportunity to all of us, all the teachers present in this pandal, to convey your opinion in the form of this resolution to Honorable Chief Minister of the State sitting on the dais. Please try and make most of it. Just last 30 seconds left. Please cast your vote as soon as possible.
कुछ ही सेकंड्स शेष रह गए हैं। आपको अपना जवाब तुरंत लिखकर भेजना है। सरकार की कोशिश है ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, कोशिश है सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम हो ताकि तमाम किस्म की चीज़ों को ख़त्म किया जा सके और बिल्कुल समय समाप्त हो रहा है। सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम।
Yes, the resolution is passed. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for passing this resolution with a huge margin, 96.82%. A big round of applause for yourself. Thank you.
और एनटीसी में अब वक्त हुआ है एक और ऐसी ही, हमने एक कहते हैं कि अनूठा प्रयोग, जुड़े हुए हैं अनूठे प्रयोग से हम नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस, और ऐसा ही एक अनूठा प्रयोग एनटीसी ऐप के माध्यम से आपके सामने हम अनुरोध करेंगे, गुजारिश करेंगे, प्रार्थना करेंगे। इसका लोकार्पण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करेंगे महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को कि वो आए और इस एनटीसी ऐप का यहाँ पर लॉन्च करें, लोकार्पण करें।
दिखलाते हैं गुरु, देते हैं सोच समझ और गुरु ही चरित्र रचाते हैं। शक्ति युक्ति और भक्ति पाठ ये फिर से हमें सिखलाना है।
तो इस लॉन्च को आप देख सकते हैं अपने मोबाइल फोन के ऊपर। ये एक किस्म का ऐप है जिसका आज लॉन्च यहाँ पर किया गया है। और हमारे बीच महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की उपस्थिति है। और मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बता दूं कि जब से इस अनूठे प्रयोग की संकल्पना शुरू हुई, महाराष्ट्र के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का सहयोग और उनका मार्गदर्शन हमें लगातार मिला है। और मुझे बताया गया कि वो आज सुबह ही अमेरिका से लौटे हैं और आप देख सकते हैं उनकी कमिटमेंट कि वो आज आपके बीच यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। एक बार तालियों के साथ हम उनका यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से आभार प्रकट करेंगे। मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करूंगी संबोधित करने के लिए, पर उससे पहले सर एक छोटी सी फिल्म आपके जीवन और कार्यों पर आइए आप सबके समक्ष हाजिर है।
Devendra Fadnavis is the second youngest chief minister in the history of Maharashtra and 18th chief minister of the state. As a politician, he believes that power lies with the people and working for them is the only way he can empower himself. Being an ABVP active member during college days, he started his political career at a grassroots level where he painted walls and stuck promotional political posters. At the age of 22, he fought his first public election and emerged victorious to be elected as corporator of Nagpur Municipal Corporation. He was also the second youngest mayor elected in India when he served as the mayor of Nagpur at the age of 27 in 1997. He is also the only person to be re-elected as the mayor and council of the state of Maharashtra. In 1999, he entered the state election as he was elected to the Maharashtra State Assembly for the first time. He is currently serving his fourth term as MLA as of 2014. Politics to him is an instrument to bring socio-economic change in the lives of people. He has been found adamant when things come to honesty and development of his party or state. Being elected as the first chief minister of BJP in Maharashtra, he has expectations from large population, but has also received support and blessings to accomplish his goal. We are honored to welcome Honorable Shri Devendra Fadnavis.
आपकी तालियों के बीच एक बार फिर से आमंत्रित करते हैं महाराष्ट्र के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस।
फर्स्ट नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस के इस मंच पर उपस्थित अति सम्माननीय डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी, डॉक्टर कराड़ जी, रघुनाथ माशेलकर जी, डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी, डॉक्टर एस.बी. मुजुमदार जी, श्री राहुल कराड़, श्री प्रशांत जगताप, श्री राजू खांडेकर, श्री पी.बी. जोशी, श्री मंगेश कराड़, डॉक्टर गणेश नटराजन, श्री नंद कुमार निकम, डॉक्टर सुधाकर जी, डॉक्टर आर.एम. चिटनिस जी, श्री डी.पी. आप्टे जी, श्री एस.के. क्षीरसागर जी, यहाँ उपस्थित मेरे सहयोगी राज्य के राज्य मंत्री दिलीप कांबळे जी, विधायक भीमराव तापकीर जी, मेधाताई कुलकर्णी जी, मंचासीन सभी महानुभाव, यहाँ पर उपस्थित देश के भिन्न भिन्न भागों से आए हुए सभी अति सम्माननीय और देश का भाग्य स्थापित करने वाले मेरे सभी शिक्षक बहनों और भाइयों, मैं सबसे पहले MIT का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ कि एक बड़ा ही अच्छा शिक्षकों का ये सम्मेलन नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस, इसका आयोजन MIT ने यहाँ पर किया। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि जिस दिशा में हम देश को ले जाना चाहते हैं उस दिशा में देश जाए, इस बात को जो लोग सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं, ऐसे लोगों को एक साथ बुलाकर उनकी संगोष्ठी होना, उनका विचार विमर्श होना, उनके माध्यम से अलग अलग प्रकार के विचारों का प्रतिपादन होना, यह अपने आप में एक नए इतिहास की शुरुआत है। और इसलिए इस नए इतिहास के साक्षी बनने के लिए मैं आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। हम सभी लोग जानते हैं कि हमारे देश में प्राचीन काल से शिक्षकों को बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी गई है और देश के निर्माण में, समाज के निर्माण में, व्यक्ति के निर्माण में अगर सबसे अहम भूमिका कोई निभाता है तो वो शिक्षक निभाता है, ये हमने हमेशा माना है। और इतिहास भी इस बात का साक्षी है कि शिक्षकों ने केवल अध्यापन का काम नहीं किया, तो राष्ट्र निर्माण का कार्य भी किया है, समाज निर्माण का कार्य भी किया है, व्यक्ति निर्माण का कार्य भी किया है। और इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे देश में, हमारी संस्कृति में शिक्षकों की भूमिका को हमने हमेशा बहुत अहम माना है। जिस प्रकार हमारी निवेदिका ने कहा कि गुरु और गोविंद दोनों मिले तो किसके पैर पड़े, तो पैर तो गुरु के पड़ना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि गुरु नहीं होते तो गोविंद कैसे पता चलते। तो जिस गुरु ने गोविंद दिखाए, ईश्वर दिखाए, उसके पहले पैर पड़े। इस बात को हमारी संस्कृति ने, हमारे संस्कारों ने हमेशा प्रतिपादित किया है। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि जो लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों को हमने यहाँ निमंत्रित किया है, ये ऐसे लोग हैं जो भारत के वर्तमान को बदलकर भारत के भविष्य को सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं, दिशा दे सकते हैं। और इसलिए आज का ये कार्यक्रम बहुत अहम है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। और जिस प्रकार के अलग अलग सत्रों का नियोजन इस टीचर्स कांग्रेस में किया गया है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि केवल आपके लिए नहीं तो सरकार के लिए भी एक अच्छा दिशा निर्देश इस टीचर्स कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हम प्राप्त करेंगे। और आज हमारे अध्यापकों के, प्राध्यापकों के, प्रधान अध्यापकों के मन मस्तिष्क में क्या है, किन बातों की ओर वो ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, किन बातों की ओर वो इंगित करना चाहते हैं, ऐसी सारी चीज़ें इस माध्यम से हमारे सामने आएगी। और इसलिए मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि जो रिजोल्यूशंस आप यहाँ पर पारित करेंगे, उनको निश्चित रूप से जो हमारे अलग अलग फोरम्स हैं, चाहे वो राज्य सरकार हो, चाहे केंद्र सरकार हो, उन तक पहुंचाने का जिम्मा मैं स्वयं लेता हूं। और निश्चित रूप से उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई हो, इसके लिए मैं निश्चित प्रयासरत रहूंगा। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि आज देश एक संक्रमण की अवस्था से जा रहा है, जिस समय देश के सामने चुनौतियां भी है और अवसर भी है। और एक ऐसी अवस्था कि जिस अवस्था में देश की इन चुनौतियों को हम अवसर में परिवर्तित कर सकते हैं। हम सभी लोग जानते हैं कि हमारा देश एक युवा देश है। हमारा देश दुनिया के सबसे युवा जनसंख्या से भरा हुआ देश है। आज की भाषा में जिसको हम एक जनसंख्या का अवसर कहते हैं, डेमोग्राफिक एडवांटेज कहते हैं, उस जनसंख्या के अवसर से हमारा देश आज गुजर रहा है, जिसने देश के सामने ऐसी संभावनाएं तैयार की है कि देश जिस सपने को हमने सैकड़ों सालों से संजोया है कि ये देश विश्व गुरु बने, ये देश विश्व को ज्ञान दे, ये देश विश्व का मार्गदर्शन करे, उस ओर इस देश को हम ले जा सकते हैं। और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हमारी संस्कृति ने कभी भी ये नहीं चाहा कि हम विश्व के विजेता बने। हमने ये कभी नहीं चाहा कि हम विश्व के ऊपर राज करें। हमने हमेशा ये चाहा है कि हम विश्व को ज्ञान दें, हम विश्व को दिशा दें, हम विश्व का मार्गदर्शन करें। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारी संस्कृति की ये जो धरोहर है, यही हमारे शिक्षा पद्धति की भी नींव है कि जहां हम ज्ञान की उपासना करना चाहते हैं, बल की उपासना तो करनी ही चाहिए, लेकिन जो बल ज्ञान के बिना होता है, जो विवेक के बिना होता है, ऐसे विवेकहीन और ज्ञानहीन बल से केवल दुनिया का विनाश होता है। और हम उस विनाशकारी दुनिया की ओर नहीं जाना चाहते। हम एक ऐसी दुनिया का निर्माण करना चाहते हैं जो ज्ञान के ऊपर आधारित हो, जिसकी नींव ज्ञान के आधारशिला के ऊपर हम तैयार करें और उस ज्ञान की उपासना हम लोग कर पाए। इस प्रकार की दुनिया को हम तैयार करना चाहते हैं। और इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि आज जब हम लोग इस विचार के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि हमारा देश विश्वगुरु बने, तो क्या यह देश विश्वगुरु बन सकता है? क्या इस देश में इस प्रकार की ताकत है? मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि देश में आज जो तरुणाई है, आज जो हमारी युवा जनसंख्या है, उसमें निश्चित रूप से ताकत है कि इस देश को वो परिवर्तित कर सकती है। आज हमारे देश की औसत आयु 25 वर्ष है। देश में 65% आबादी 35 साल के नीचे है, 50% आबादी 25 साल के नीचे है। दुनिया के सबसे युवा देश के रूप में हमारे देश की ओर हम लोग देखते हैं। और इस युवा शक्ति को अगर हम संगठित करें, इस युवा शक्ति को हम दिशा दें, इस युवा शक्ति को मानव संसाधन के रूप में परिवर्तित करें, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे देश को कोई भी रोक नहीं सकता। देखिए कितना बड़ा अवसर है जब हम वैश्विकीकरण में जी रहे हैं। हम मानते हैं कि दुनिया एक सिमट चुकी है। हम ग्लोबल विलेज की एक कल्पना अपने सामने रखते हैं और ये मानते हैं कि दुनिया में अब ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं है कि जो एक देश में घटे और दूसरे देश के ऊपर उसका प्रभाव न पड़े। इस प्रकार की परिस्थितियों में जब हम लोग जी रहे हैं, तो इस परिस्थिति ने हमको एक ऐसा अवसर दिया है कि 2020 में जिस समय भारत की औसत आयु 29 साल होगी, उस समय देश की, दुनिया की जो प्रगत अर्थव्यवस्थाएं हैं, उन सारी प्रगत अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में सबसे बड़ी कमी अगर कोई होगी तो युवाओं की होगी, मानव संसाधन की होगी। 2020 में जिस समय हमारी औसत आयु 29 साल होगी, उस समय जापान की औसत आयु 48 साल होगी, उस समय ईस्टर्न यूरोप की औसत आयु 44 साल होगी, वेस्टर्न यूरोप की औसत आयु 41 साल होगी, अमेरिका की औसत आयु 39 साल होगी, चीन की औसत आयु 37 साल होगी। इसका मतलब यह है कि पूरी दुनिया ये बूढ़ी होती हमको 2020 में दिखाई देगी। दुनिया को मानव संसाधन की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, युवाओं की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, यौवन की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। और उस समय यौवन और युवा केवल हमारे पास होंगे, भारत के पास होंगे। अगर इस अवसर को हमने ठीक ढंग से चैनलाइज किया, इस अवसर को ठीक दिशा में अगर हम ले जा गए, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि 2020 से उस बात की शुरुआत होगी जो सपना हमने देखा है कि हमारा भारत ये विश्व को मार्गदर्शन करे। और इसलिए केवल युवा लोक संख्या, जनसंख्या के आधार पर कोई देश बड़ा नहीं हो सकता। केवल हमारे पास युवा है, इसके आधार पर हम विश्व को मार्गदर्शन नहीं कर सकते। उसके लिए तैयार करनी होगी एक ऐसी जनसंख्या जो केवल जनसंख्या नहीं है, जो केवल भीड़ नहीं है, जो केवल सिर नहीं है, जो केवल संख्या नहीं है। एक ऐसी जनसंख्या जो मानव संसाधन है। ये संसाधन भी है और इसमें मानवता भी है। इस प्रकार का मानव संसाधन जब हम तैयार करेंगे, तभी हम विश्व को मानव संसाधन दे पाएंगे। और जिस समय अपने देश के साथ साथ विश्व की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में हमारा मानव संसाधन पहुंचेगा और उसमें हमारा मानव संसाधन वहां की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं को संचालित करेगा, तो यकीन मानिए, आज तो जब हम सिलिकॉन वैली में जाते हैं और आवाज लगाते हैं, तो 40% आवाजें भारत से आती है। यह हमारी भारत की ताकत है, यह हमारी पावर है, यह हमारा नॉलेज है, यह हमारा ज्ञान है। इस ज्ञान को अगर हम हमारे सारे लोगों तक पहुंचाए, इस ज्ञान को अगर प्रसारित करें, जिस ज्ञान को हमने सिमट कर रख दिया, अगर ज्ञान मुट्ठी भर लोगों तक रहा तो समाज आगे नहीं जा सकता। ज्ञान जब तक नीचे नहीं जाता, ज्ञान जब तक सार्वजनिक तौर पर सारे लोगों को प्राप्त नहीं होता, तब तक उस ज्ञान का उपयोग कुछ नहीं है। हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा इतिहास से दिखाता है, जब जब हमने ज्ञान को रोकने का प्रयास किया, जब जब हमने ज्ञान को कुछ लोगों तक सीमित रखने का प्रयास किया, कुछ लोग तो ज्ञानी बने पर समाज अज्ञानी हुआ और परिणाम यह हुआ कि गुलामी का सामना हमको करना पड़ा। जब तक देश में ज्ञान उपलब्ध था, जब तक देश का ज्ञान हर व्यक्ति को मिलता था, जब तक ज्ञान ये मुट्ठी भर लोगों की बपौती नहीं थी, तब तक इस देश को कोई गुलाम नहीं बना पाया। और जब जब ऐसे अवसर आए तो कोई ना कोई चाणक्य पैदा हुआ और उसने गुरु के रूप में एक चंद्रगुप्त को तैयार करके इस देश को फिर एक बार समाज अभिमुख और राष्ट्राभिमुख इस प्रकार से तैयार किया। लेकिन हमने जब जब ज्ञान को समाप्त कर दिया, और कई लोगों को यह लगता है कि इस देश को ज्ञान अंग्रेजों ने दिया, लोगों को यह लगता है कि शिक्षा पद्धति का निर्माण अंग्रेजों ने किया, अगर अंग्रेज शिक्षा पद्धति का निर्माण ही न करते तो शायद देश आगे नहीं जाता। किंतु हम लोग इस बात को समझे, जिस समय अंग्रेज यहां पर आए और अंग्रेजों ने यहां पर शासन शुरू किया, हम लोग जानते हैं लॉर्ड मैकाले का वो पत्र, जिस पत्र में उन्होंने लिखकर भेजा ब्रिटेन में रानी को यह कहा कि अगर इस देश को गुलाम बनाना है तो सबसे पहले यहां की शिक्षा पद्धति को समाप्त करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक ऐसा देश है जिसमें समृद्धि है, जिसमें ऊंच नीच नहीं है, एक ऐसा देश है जिसमें चोर नजर नहीं आते, जिसमें सारे के सारे गांव एकात्म भाव से काम करते हैं। इस देश के ऊपर हम राज नहीं कर सकते जब तक इस देश की संस्कृति को, यहाँ की शिक्षा पद्धति को हम तहस नहस नहीं करेंगे। और आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि जिस समय अंग्रेज यहां पर आए, पूरे इंग्लैंड में उस समय 2000 ग्रामर स्कूल चलते थे, और जिसको अंग्रेजों ने मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी कहा, उस अकेली मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी में 50,000 संस्कृत विद्यालय चलते थे। और इसलिए शिक्षा में हम पीछे नहीं थे। 1897 में मद्रास के कलेक्टर ने एक रिपोर्ट भेजी, भारत की व्यवस्था क्या है, यहां शिक्षा क्या होती है। उस रिपोर्ट में 1897 में वो कहता है कि आज भी मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी में हर 1000 बच्चे के पीछे एक स्कूल है। उसने लिखा है कि इन स्कूलों में 1,87,000 बच्चे पढ़ते, और साथ में उसने ये भी कहा है कि इनमें पढ़ने वाले सारे समाज के लोग हैं, इनमें पढ़ने वाली स्त्रियां भी हैं। और उसने ये भी लिखा है कि 709 विद्यालय, महाविद्यालय, स्कूलों की संख्या उस समय उसने 12,722 बताई है, और 709 महाविद्यालय यहां पर चलते हैं। और उसने लिखा है इन विद्यालयों को रिप्लेस करके यहां पर अंग्रेजी में शिक्षा देने वाले हमारे स्कूल जब तक हम नहीं लाएंगे, तब तक हमारा जो बेस यहां पर है उसको हम पक्का नहीं कर पाएंगे। और इसलिए अंग्रेजों ने जरूर हमको शिक्षा दी, लेकिन हमारे पास शिक्षा की कमी नहीं थी। हमारे पास विज्ञान था, हमारे पास गणित था, हमारे पास भूगोल था, हमारे पास शास्त्र था, हमारे पास भाषा थी। और इसलिए हमने दुनिया का सबसे पहला डॉक्टर जो शल्य चिकित्सा करता था हमने तैयार किया, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा गणितज्ञ हमने तैयार किया, शून्य का शोध हमने लगाया। दुर्दैव यह है कि हम हमारी संस्कृति को भूले, हमारे संस्कारों को भूले, क्योंकि जब हमने ज्ञान को सीमित कर दिया गए और उसी गुलामी की मानसिकता में इतने साल, हमने 150 साल गुजार दिए। और शायद आज भी अगर मैं कहूं कि इस गुलामी की मानसिकता से पूरे तरीके से हम बाहर नहीं आए तो ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं होगी। आज भी कोई ना कोई गुलामी की मानसिकता में हमको जकड़ा है। और इसलिए आवश्यकता किस बात की है? आज आवश्यकता है मानव संसाधन तैयार करने की, और मानव संसाधन अगर तैयार करने हैं तो उस प्रकार की शिक्षा का हमको निर्माण करना पड़ेगा, उस प्रकार के शिक्षकों का हमको निर्माण करना पड़ेगा, उस प्रकार की व्यवस्था का हमको निर्माण करेगा जिस व्यवस्था में व्यक्ति केवल डिग्री लेकर बाहर नहीं निकलता। जब हम ये सुनते हैं कि आउट ऑफ 4 ग्रेजुएट इंजीनियर्स ओनली 1 इज क्वालिफाइड, अगर केवल 25% हमारे ग्रेजुएट इंजीनियर्स ये क्वालिफाइड है और 75% हमारे ग्रेजुएट इंजीनियर्स ये केवल डिग्रियां लेकर बाजार में निकले हैं, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हम लोग कितने इंजीनियर्स तैयार करते हैं महत्व का नहीं है, कितने इसमें से इंजीनियर्स को सचमुच ज्ञान मिला है यह महत्व का है। क्या ज्ञान उन तक पहुंचा है? डिग्री को महत्व नहीं है। डिग्री तो ठीक है, डिग्री एक रिकॉग्निशन है, लेकिन उस डिग्री के साथ साथ क्या हम ज्ञान दे पाए, यह सबसे बड़ी बात है। आज हमने बहुत अच्छा रिजोल्यूशन किया, मैं भी ये बात को मानता हूं कि हम इतनी मल्टीपल इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्यों तैयार करते हैं। इंस्टीट्यूशंस कम होनी चाहिए, जो रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज है वो कम होनी चाहिए और इंस्टीट्यूशंस ज्यादा होने चाहिए। रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज हम जितनी कम करेंगे उतना अच्छा है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक बात की को भी ध्यान में रखना बहुत आवश्यक है। हमने हमारी शिक्षा नीति में मूल रूप से शिक्षा नीति की आधारशिला को क्या माना? हमने माना एक्सपांशन, इंक्लूजन और एक्सेलेंस। एक्सपांशन तो हमने कर लिया, इतने बड़े पैमाने पर स्कूल खुले, कॉलेजेस खुले। अगर हम लोग हिसाब लगाएं तो हमारे यहाँ पर यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या भले ही शायद कम हो ज्यादा हो, लेकिन पिछले 68 साल में हमने 800% ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटीज तैयार की, हमने बड़े पैमाने पर कॉलेजेस तैयार किए और व्यवस्था का विकेंद्रीकरण किया, निजीकरण किया। मैं निजीकरण के बिल्कुल खिलाफ नहीं हूं, अगर निजीकरण नहीं होता तो संस्थाएं तैयार नहीं होती, इसलिए निजीकरण भी आवश्यक था। निजीकरण किया तो शिक्षा व्यवस्था का विस्तार हुआ, एक्सपांशन हमने किया। इंक्लूजन की क्या अवस्था है? आज इंक्लूजन हम पार्शियली कर पाए, इंक्लूजन हम पूरे तरीके से नहीं कर पाए। आज भी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हम लोगों को ये बात माननी होगी कि जिसके पास पैसा है वो सीखता है, जिसके पास नहीं है वो सीख नहीं पाता। ठीक है, अलग अलग प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं सरकारों ने खड़ी की, कुछ स्कॉलरशिप की, कुछ अलग अलग प्रकार के फी रिएम्बर्समेंट के अलग अलग इंस्ट्रूमेंट तैयार किए और इसके माध्यम से हमने कुछ पैमाने पर इंक्लूजन कर लिया, समावेशन कर लिया, सब लोगों को आने के लिए एक रास्ता खोल दिया। पर एक्सेलेंस कहां है? आज एक्सेलेंस कहां है? अगर हम लोग एक्सपांशन करेंगे, इंक्लूजन करेंगे और एक्सेलेंस नहीं होगा, अगर हमारी शिक्षा में हम जिन लोगों को तैयार कर रहे हैं उनको केवल कागजों पर शिक्षित वो रहेंगे और ज्ञान अगर उनके मस्तिष्क में नहीं होगा, उस ज्ञान को किस प्रकार से उपयोग में लाना है इसकी जानकारी अगर उनको नहीं होगी, तो फिर ये शिक्षा पद्धति के ऊपर एक बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह लगता है। और इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जहां एक और ये मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ ये रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज है इसको कम करना चाहिए, वहीं पर हम लोग एक्सेलेंस के लिए क्या करें, व्हाट इज अ वे टुवर्ड्स एक्सेलेंस, इसका विचार जरूर होना चाहिए। क्योंकि अगर इसका विचार हम लोग नहीं करेंगे, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हम लोग आज यूनिवर्सिटीज हमारी इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हो गई, एक एक यूनिवर्सिटीज के जो कॉलेजेस है 400, 500, 800 कॉलेजेस है, मैं मानता हूं कि इन सारे कॉलेजेस को धीरे धीरे स्वायत्तता मिलनी चाहिए। लेकिन स्वायत्तता किस लिए चाहिए? स्वायत्तता मिलनी चाहिए ये गुणवत्ता के लिए। स्वायत्तता केवल अगर हम रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज से अपना पीछा छुड़ाने के लिए करेंगे तो हम देश की शिक्षा का नुकसान करेंगे। और इसलिए जब तक हम गुणवत्ता को हमारा मापक नहीं बनाते, गुणवत्ता के मापन की जब तक हम व्यवस्था नहीं करते, जब तक एक्रेडिटेशन ये हमारा मानक नहीं होता, जब तक हम लोग एक्सेलेंस की ओर ध्यान नहीं देते, तब तक मानव संसाधन हम तैयार नहीं कर पाएंगे। और वो जमाना चला गया, केवल डिग्री मिल गई तो नौकरी मिलती थी। आज डिग्रियों के भरोसे किसी को नौकरी नहीं मिल सकती। आपके पास ज्ञान कितना है, कौशल कितना है, इसके आधार पर मापन होगा। और ज्ञान नहीं होगा, कौशल नहीं होगा, कितनी भी बड़ी डिग्रियां आप पीछे लगा लीजिए, आपको रोजगार नहीं मिलेगा। और इसलिए विषय मानव संसाधन का है और मानव संसाधन ये केवल डिग्रियों के भरोसे नहीं पाया जा सकता। और इसलिए आज सबसे महत्व का विषय अगर हमारे सामने कुछ है, इस शिक्षा व्यवस्था के सामने कुछ है, तो वो गुणवत्ता का विषय है। और जब तक गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा की व्यवस्था को हम खड़ा नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम 21वीं शताब्दी की जो चुनौतियां हैं उन चुनौतियों का सामना नहीं कर पाएंगे। और मेरा विश्वास है, कौन बदल सकता है? सरकार नहीं बदल सकती। सरकार तो अपना काम करती है। अगर इस देश की शिक्षा की व्यवस्था को बदलना है तो बाहर से किसी को लाने की जरूरत नहीं। इस पंडाल में बैठे हुए सारे के सारे लोग ये तय कर ले तो शिक्षा की दिशा भी बदलेगी, शिक्षा की दशा भी बदलेगी और हमारे विद्यार्थी का जीवन भी बदलेगा। और इसलिए हमको ये निर्णय करना होगा, शिक्षकों को निर्णय करना होगा, प्रिंसिपल्स को निर्णय करना होगा कि किस दिशा में हम ले जाना चाहते हैं। एक्सेलेंस हम कैसे लाएंगे? क्या शिक्षा की हम केवल दुकानें खोलेंगे? क्या हमारे महाविद्यालय केवल दुकानों की तरह काम करेंगे, या उसमें सही मायने में शिक्षा मिलेगी? इसका विचार कहीं ना कहीं करने की आवश्यकता है। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि आज इस डायस पर बैठे हुए जो सारे लोग हैं, ये सारे बड़े से बड़े विचारवंत लोग हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स हैं, बड़े बड़े वैज्ञानिक हैं, और इन लोगों ने शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। ऐसे सारे लोग और आप मिलकर इस चुनौती का सामना हम कैसे करें, इसके ऊपर अगर इस नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस में विचार विमर्श करें, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि निश्चित रूप से इस मंथन से जो बाहर आएगा, उसके माध्यम से हम इस शिक्षा के सामने की चुनौती को समाप्त कर पाएंगे। आज डिजिटाइजेशन ने एक नया हमको सोपान दिया है, एक नया मंच हमको दिया हुआ है, और जिस प्रकार से डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी ने एक परिवर्तन आज हमारे शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में लाया है। मैं आपको इतना ही बताना चाहता हूं, अगर महाराष्ट्र का उदाहरण ले तो महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग पिछले 15 सालों से प्राथमिक शिक्षा के, माध्यमिक शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में 16वें क्रमांक पर थे, और ये हालत थी कि 5वीं के 50% से ज्यादा बच्चों को तीसरी की किताब वो नहीं पढ़ सकते थे। तीसरी के 50% बच्चे पहली की किताब नहीं पढ़ सकते थे। हमने प्रगत शैक्षणिक महाराष्ट्र अभियान हाथ में लिया, शिक्षकों को ट्रेनिंग दी, ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग दी, उनको टेक्नोलॉजी से हमने सरोबोर किया, और उन्हीं शिक्षकों ने ऐसा परिवर्तन करके दिखाया कि आज 17,000 स्कूल महाराष्ट्र के ऐसे, और केवल 1.5 साल में, कि जहां पर लर्निंग आउटकम 100% है, 100% लर्निंग आउटकम है। जो बच्चा जिस ग्रेड में पढ़ता है, उसी ग्रेड में उस बच्चे को उसका पूरा ज्ञान है, उसका पूरा नॉलेज है। और पहली बार यह हुआ, पहले तो सरकार के स्कूलों से, जिला पंचायत के स्कूलों से बच्चे प्रवेश निकाल कर प्राइवेट स्कूलों में जाते थे। 15,000 बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूलों से मराठी माध्यम की सरकार की स्कूलों में वापस आए। ये परिवर्तन आज इस कनेक्टिविटी ने और डिजिटाइजेशन ने, डिजिटल इस इंटरफेस ने हमको करके दिखाया। और मैं मानता हूं कि आज ये जो सूचना तकनीक का जो सारा अधिकार हमको मिला है, इसके माध्यम से, सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के माध्यम से हम दुनिया का ज्ञान समेट सकते हैं, हम सारे ज्ञानियों को एक साथ ला सकते हैं, हमारे रिसोर्सेज को पुल कर सकते हैं, हमारी आवश्यकताएं जिनको हम शायद हमारे संसाधनों से पूरा नहीं कर सकते, उनके माध्यम से हम पूरा कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन साथ में एक चीज मैं और कहना चाहता हूं, टेक्नोलॉजी ज्ञान तो पहुंचा सकती है, ज्ञान तो दे सकती है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी प्रेरणा नहीं दे सकती। प्रेरणा देने के लिए शिक्षक की आवश्यकता होती है। टेक्नोलॉजी से आदमी पढ़ लेगा, लिख लेगा, सीख लेगा, लेकिन उसका चरित्र निर्माण कैसे होगा, उसको प्रेरणा कौन देगा? उसके चरित्र निर्माण के लिए, उसकी प्रेरणा के लिए शिक्षकों की आवश्यकता है। और इसलिए जब तक हम ये डिजिटल के साथ साथ फिजिकल इनिशिएटिव्स हमारे जब तक हम प्रैक्टिस में नहीं लाएंगे, जब तक हमारे विद्यार्थियों को हम लोग प्रेरणा नहीं देंगे, उनके मन में विश्वास नहीं तैयार करेंगे, उनसे संवाद नहीं स्थापित करेंगे, तब तक जिस भविष्य की रचना और जिस भविष्य का विचार हम सब लोग करते हैं, उस भविष्य का विचार हम नहीं कर पाएंगे। एक कवि ने बड़े अच्छे शब्दों में कहा है, अभी तो हम इसको निर्माणों का युग कहते हैं, बड़ी बड़ी इमारतें बन रही है, लेकिन कवि कहता है निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूले, स्वार्थ साधना की आंधी में वसुधा का कल्याण न भूले। जब तक ये भावना हमारे मन में नहीं आती कि हमारा देश क्या है, हमारा समाज क्या है, हम ऐसे चरित्रवान जब तक विद्यार्थी तैयार नहीं करते कि जिन विद्यार्थियों को केवल अपने तक नहीं तो अपने आगे भी देखने की इच्छा होती है, समाज के लिए भी कुछ करने की इच्छा होती है, तब तक शिक्षक के रूप में जो कार्य हम करना चाहते हैं वो कार्य अधूरा है। और इसलिए मैं ये चाहता हूं व्यक्ति दूसरे व्यक्ति को ज्ञान कब दे सकता है? जब ज्ञान उसमें हो तब ज्ञान दिया जा सकता है, जब चरित्र उसमें हो तब चरित्र दिया जा सकता है। जो हम जीते हैं वही दूसरे को दे सकते हैं, जो हम जीते नहीं है वो कितने भी दूसरे को देने की कोशिश करे, एक अज्ञानी आदमी को खड़ा कर दीजिए, सूट बूट पहना दीजिए और कह दीजिए प्रोफेसर है, वो लोगों को सिखा नहीं पाएगा क्योंकि उसके अंदर ज्ञान नहीं है। और इसलिए चरित्र निर्माण अगर करना है तो क्या हमारी प्रैक्टिस वैसी है? क्या हम लोग भी उसी चरित्र से काम करते हैं? क्या हम लोग भी एक मिशन के रूप में इसमें काम करते हैं? क्या हम लोग भी शिक्षा को एक पवित्र कार्य मानते हैं? ये विचार जब तक हम नहीं करेंगे, ये पवित्र कार्य की भावना जब तक हमारे मन में नहीं आएगी, तब तक हम विद्यार्थियों को प्रेरणा नहीं दे पाएंगे। क्योंकि विद्यार्थी अपने शिक्षक की ओर एक रोल मॉडल के रूप में देखता है। जिस प्रकार का शिक्षक होता है वैसा विद्यार्थी तैयार होता है। पहले अपने माँ बाप को देखकर बड़ा होता है और फिर जीवन में शिक्षक को देखकर बड़ा होता है। और अगर शिक्षक का चरित्र, शिक्षक की व्यवस्था, शिक्षक का ज्ञान, ये सारी चीजें उसे इंस्पायर नहीं करती, उसे प्रेरणा नहीं देती, तो उसमें प्रेरणा कभी भी जागरूक नहीं हो सकती। और इसलिए मैं इतना ही अपील करना चाहता हूं सारे शिक्षकों से, अध्यापकों से, प्रधान अध्यापकों से, आप केवल व्यक्ति नहीं है, आप समाज को निर्माण करने वाले, समाज का निर्माण करने वाली व्यवस्था है। उस ऐसी व्यवस्था का भाग है जो व्यवस्था इस देश को तैयार करती है, इस देश का निर्माण करती है। उस व्यवस्था के भाग के रूप में जब हम कार्य करते हैं तो समूची व्यवस्था ठीक ढंग से चले, एक ऊंची व्यवस्था तैयार हो, एक ऐसी व्यवस्था तैयार हो जिसकी ओर देखने के बाद लोगों को प्रेरणा मिले। ये हमारे सामने एक बड़ी चुनौती है। अभी राहुल जी कह रहे थे कि शिक्षकों को जो उनके वेतन वगैरह सारी चीजें, उनके बारे में भी उन्होंने कहा। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं वो जरूरी भी है, वो आवश्यक भी है, उसके बारे में कोई दो राय नहीं हो सकती। लेकिन मैंने हमेशा ये देखा है इस देश की संस्कृति में शिक्षक इस बात का कभी मोहताज नहीं रहा कि उसको कितना पैसा मिला। पैसे के भरोसे उसने कभी ज्ञान नहीं दिया, उसने ज्ञान दिया, उस ज्ञान के बदले जो मिला उसको स्वीकृत किया। और इसलिए इस देश में शिक्षकों को इतना ऊंचा दर्जा मिला। अगर शिक्षक केवल पैसे की दुकान लगाकर बैठता तो उसको यह दर्जा कभी नहीं मिलता। ज्ञान के आधार पर शिक्षक इस दर्जे पर पहुंचा है। और इसलिए जहां वेतन वगैरह सारी चीजें तो आवश्यक है ही, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हर व्यक्ति यह विचार करे कि मुझे जो मिला है, मैंने क्या दिया है, समाज ने मुझे दिया है, मैं समाज को क्या वापस करता हूं। एक शिक्षक के रूप में जो ज्ञान मैंने प्राप्त किया है, क्या वो ज्ञान मैं दे पा रहा हूं, क्या वो ज्ञान मिल रहा है, क्या वो ज्ञान लोगों में प्रत्यारोपित मैं कर पा रहा हूं। अगर आपको लगता है यह प्रत्यारोपण हो रहा है तो आपको शिक्षक कहने का अधिकार है। अगर यह ज्ञान प्रत्यारोपित नहीं हो रहा तो फिर शिक्षक कहलाने का अधिकार भी नहीं है। और इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि आज शिक्षक के रूप में यह जो बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हमारे ऊपर है, इस जिम्मेदारी का पूरे ताकत के साथ निर्वाह करना पड़ेगा। मैं आप सभी को आज के इस मौके पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं, अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। देश में पहली बार शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में सारे लोग इकट्ठा आए हैं। केवल शिक्षक नहीं है, शिक्षकों के साथ साथ सरकार में शिक्षा के लिए काम करने वाले सारे लोग इस मंच पर आने वाले हैं। शिक्षकों की बात होगी, प्रधान अध्यापकों की बात होगी, रेगुलेटर्स की बात होगी, इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात होगी, हमारे वाइस चांसलर यहाँ पर है, हमारे कुलगुरु सारे वो लोग यहाँ पर अपनी बातचीत रखेंगे। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कार्य करने वाली संस्थाओं के संचालक वो अपनी बात रखेंगे। और इस मंथन से एक ऐसा अमृत निकलेगा जो अमृत निश्चित रूप से हमारे देश को विश्व गुरु की जिस संकल्पना पर हम ले जाना चाहते हैं उस संकल्पना तक यह अमृत हमको निश्चित रूप से ले जाएगा। इसलिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, MIT को बधाई देता हूं। और आप सभी लोग इस सार्थक चर्चा के बाद मंथन में से जो अमृत निकालेंगे उस अमृत का प्राशन मैं भी करूंगा, ये विश्वास आपको देते हुए अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions. This is a...
Mr. Bapat, just a minute. Just I think one thought, very important thought, which I wanted to say, I forgot to say in my front speech in the beginning. My welcome speech, Honorable CM is here. Dr. Mashilkar and myself, we had a long discussion some time before. In whole of India, you all know that we have a national framework which is recently developed for the ranking of the various institutions, the private institutions and the government institutions. But in the whole world, Honorable Chief Minister, there is no ranking for the teachers. Like somebody is, for example, Dr. Mujumdar sir is a botany teacher. So can we have a ranking at the national level that in the botany from first to top, these are the 3,000 people in botany. These are the applied thermodynamics teachers from first to 1,000. So likewise, I think from Maharashtra, Dr. Mashelkar agreed on this, and with a lot of courage, I have come here to convey in front of you that some such thought process, if it can begin from the Maharashtra, and some such responsibility, if we can bestow on a person like most respected Dr. Mashelkar sir, we can develop a very wonderful framework, which even US does not have, or any other European country do not have. So we can make such framework. So I just thought of sharing this thought process in front of you, sir, if you have something to say.
I think this is a wonderful idea. My only concern is everybody should agree. See, we do not act in silos. We have so many stakeholders, and one of the biggest stakeholder is teachers' union. Please ask them to agree to this. If they agree, tomorrow itself, I will constitute a committee, I will agree upon a framework, and next year, we'll start that framework, and I think it's a wonderful idea. I am ready to take it forward. Only thing is, we are a democratic society, let democracy prevail.
Thank you, sir. We quickly have a question. We take a question from podium number 1. I request Dr. D.G. Kulkarni from Belgaum, KEL College, to please ask your question from podium number 1. Please go ahead. A quick and small question, please.
Yes, sir. So this is a question to Chief Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. Sir, I have always seen the reservations for all the caste income groups for higher education in India. India is a country where the seats are reserved. I have yet to see some seats reserved in higher education for the children of teachers, and this is what I expect from you and the BJP government of India. Thank you very much.
See, we have a system of reservation based on social structure. And a teacher is also part of the same society. He is also part of the same social structure. So if a seat is reserved for a SC or a ST or a OBC, even a teacher's son or a doctor who is SC, ST or OBC can avail the seat. I think we cannot act like this. Today we reserve seats for teachers, tomorrow we reserve seats for MLAs, day after tomorrow we reserve seats for ministers, day after that we reserve seats for... It's not done. You see, the basic principle of reservation is to give reservation to those who are socially, economically, culturally, and educationally backward. These are the 4 definitions of backwardness. And those who qualify into this backwardness will get the reservation. Although I would agree on one thing, that we should create a situation where even a son or daughter of a teacher should get priority or should get admission in good institutions, but not through reservation, through, I think, expansion of our education system, through making all our institutions excellent.
Thank you, sir. We'll quickly take another question from podium number 1, Professor Mahesh Vavare from Latur, Rajashri Shahu Mahavidyalaya. Please go ahead quickly, sir.
Good evening, sir. My questions to government of Maharashtra is that, like smart cities or smart villages, government is planning to have smart traditional colleges in semi-urban areas?
I think this is the best question you have asked. And yes, we plan to make all our educational institutions smart. For that, initially, we are creating enterprise architecture through which we will be giving digital connectivity to the towns, cities, and villages. It's a program of 2 years. Within 2 years, we will create the backbone infrastructure for digital connectivity. And once the infrastructure for digital connectivity is there, bandwidth is available, I think it's the easiest thing to give connectivity and make our institutions smart. Once the connectivity is there, digital classrooms, digital interventions can be ensured.
Thank you, sir. We'll quickly take the last question from podium number 3, Professor Ranjana Devte from Lonavala, Senior Administrator.
Good afternoon, sir. My question for you is, we are looking at you as a first Marathi PM of the country. As a step towards it, I would like to know some of your plans as well as strategies for development in state education and other departments.
First thing is thank you, but please let me work as CM. मेरी कुर्सी को अभी से खतरा मत करो भाई. I think मी आत्ता जे भाषण केलं, अभी जो मैंने सारी बात कही है उसमें ब्रॉडली मैंने मेरा विजन आपके सामने रखने की कोशिश की है. और अभी समय की पाबंदी को देखकर मैं बहुत विस्तार में उसको नहीं रख पाऊंगा, पर मुझे लगता है कि आज अगर हम महाराष्ट्र का विचार करें तो महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग केजी से लेकर पीजी तक शिक्षा के ऊपर जो व्यय करते हैं वो 55,000 करोड़ रुपया है, 55,000 crores, which is more than annual budget of almost half of the Indian states, what we spend on education. But I firmly believe that spending on education is not mere spending, it is investment. We are investing into the future of our state. So I'm not worried that we are spending 55,000 crores. I'm more worried about the output of what we are investing. If we are investing and it's not giving proper output, something is amiss, something is wrong. So I think we want to focus on that. What is wrong? Why aren't we creating a human resource after investing huge sum? And I think that is the direction of my education policy, where I want to bring out and plug all the gaps which are actually impediments in creating a proper human resource.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपने वक्त निकाला, अपना कीमती बहुमूल्य समय हमें दिया, हम आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ धन्यवाद अदा करेंगे. आप सभी से निवेदन है अपने अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें. तो नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस का ये रूप और स्वरूप जो आज आपके सामने है, इसके लिए एक कड़ी मेहनत की गई ताकि इसको इस स्वरूप में आपके समक्ष पेश किया जा सके. और हमारी कोशिश यही है कि इन 3 दिनों में यहाँ से जो विचारों की गंगा बहे, वो गंगा पहुँचे हमारे नीति निर्धारकों तक, ताकि पॉलिसी में, नीति में, शिक्षा से जुड़ी हुई नीतियों में आमूलचूल बदलाव किए जा सके और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो चुनौतियां हैं उनसे हम निपट सके. आप सभी माननीय शिक्षक यहाँ मौजूद हैं, आपके विचारों को हम सुनेंगे, आपके अनुभवों को हम जानेंगे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ से प्रस्थान कर गए हैं. आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया अपने अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें. तो नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस की संकल्पना को जो मूर्त रूप दिया गया है, जो आज आपके सामने है, एनटीसी जो अस्तित्व में आया है उसके पीछे जो प्रेरणा रही है, जो मार्गदर्शन रहा है, हमारे बीच भारत के सुप्रसिद्ध न्यूक्लियर साइंटिस्ट डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी विराजमान हैं, जो कि एनटीसी के अध्यक्ष हैं, और उनकी प्रेरणा से आज ये एनटीसी आपके समक्ष है. उन्हें मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी, पर इससे पहले आइए उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर ये छोटी सी फिल्म देख लें.
Shri Anil Kakodkar ji is an acclaimed nuclear scientist and mechanical engineer. He was the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission of India and the secretary to the Government of India and the director of the Bhabha Atomic Research Center. Apart from playing a major role in India's nuclear tests, ascertaining sovereignty, Kakodkar champions India's self-reliance on thorium as a fuel for nuclear energy. Because of his outstanding work, He was awarded Padma Vibhushan in 2009. Dr. Kakotkar devotes his time primarily on the issues related to energy, education, and societal development. Focus of his work has been on self-reliant development of nuclear reactor systems to address the Indian program requirements. Not only that, Kakotkarji was among the chosen few involved in the first successful, peaceful nuclear explosion experiment that India conducted at Pokhran. He also championed observer status for India at CERN, that is, European Centre for Nuclear Research, partnership in the ITER, that is, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, and exemption for nuclear trade from Nuclear Suppliers Group, that is NSG, and so on. He has published over 250 scientific papers. We are honored to welcome Shri Anil Kakotkarji.
तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ सादर मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ उनका स्वागत, अभिनंदन यहाँ पर इस मंच के डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी।
नमस्कार। All dignitaries and distinguished people present on the dais, off the dais, teachers who are participating in this first National Teachers Congress, ladies and gentlemen. As president of the first National Teachers Congress, let me at the outset greet all teachers, all dignitaries, invitees, and indeed everyone present here to this large gathering of teachers. Let me first acknowledge and express happiness about the very inspirational and very enlightened speech that we just heard from our Honorable Chief Minister. I think it's clear with such an enlightened leader at the helm of affairs, Maharashtra's future is bright. To my mind, our human capital is our most precious asset, given that we are a country with the largest youth potential and we are fast embracing the emerging knowledge era. In that sense, this Congress of Teachers who shape the young minds is the most important platform to deliberate on the strategies and issues that confront teachers in their performance of their intended functions. I am gratified to see a broad cross-section of all stakeholders in the education process present here in this Congress. I would like to use this occasion to do some frank talk. Honorable CM has already explained in detail the state of education in our country. Clearly, we need to think about these issues in great detail. Education in our country has to confront with two major challenges. One relates to the quality and the other relates to the universal access. Further, these challenges exist at all levels of education, be it preschool, primary, secondary, higher secondary, or even higher education. Regardless of the level, to which one decides to pursue the formal education, it is clear that the education must be a holistic learning experience that facilitates comprehension and understanding of things around, acquisition of procedural knowledge to be a professional in the chosen area, as well as related training and skills. More importantly, inculcation of values and sensitivity towards people and nature around us, and an attitude of sharing each other's joy and sorrow should also be an integral part of everyone's learning process. Teaching institutions should thus create a comprehensive environment that facilitates these and other elements of learning, with teachers playing the role of mentors. To be able to play such a role, teachers must themselves be involved along with students in activities like research, problem solving, community engagement, and several others as may be appropriate. Clearly, we need to shed the silo mentality and be a part of a mini real-life world within our educational institutions. Rather than allowing the degeneration that we see in the world around from dominating the education domain, we should expect education domain to set examples that would positively influence the world outside. We often notice that while there are silos within the knowledge domain itself, the knowledge domain, by and large, has not been engaging deep enough with the society and the economy domain, except for making the human resource available. Economy and the society engaging with each other is, of course, inevitable, since the issue of livelihood is involved. While this may generate trade, growth in economy, we need to see a far greater engagement between the knowledge domain and the society as well as economy for generating technologies, and more importantly, this is necessary for sustaining values and greater level of wisdom in the society. We have had a rich heritage on these aspects. Our society had recognized teachers to be more important than God, being the guides to help us reaching Him, the Almighty. While the teachers need to regain this ability to shape the society must also create, with respect, conditions for teachers to be able to do so. This is where the question of autonomy and liberal support to knowledge domain comes in. Sooner we as a society learn to do so, better it would be for our progress in today's competitive world. With centuries of neglect, the transition to excellence may not be very easy. However, it would be best to leave it to the knowledge domain to learn its way forward, rather than trying to impose correction from outside where prevalence of wisdom is anyway questionable. Today's world is a world of rapid transitions driven by fast-changing technologies. We are noticing serious impact of these transitions on societal scene. In order to maintain itself on the right path, higher level of wisdom in the society has become more important today than any time before. We therefore need to urgently pay greater attention to reforms in the education domain. Along with Dr. Mashelkar, who is present here, Dr. Bhatkar, who is also present here, and Dr. Takavale, Dr. Nigwekar, late Mrs. Kumud Bansal, and many others, I had the good fortune of looking at the higher education scene in Maharashtra. It has been years since we submitted the report. It is important that we move forward with the substance of the report and not just its form. Adherence to form without paying attention to the substance has been causing greater damage, as history has shown us time and again. Finally, let me come to the rural domain of our country. Here, we have a bigger challenge of access because of connectivity limitations. There is also a question of bridging the urban-rural gap, even as we aspire to catch on with the opportunities of the emerging knowledge era. In my view, the education must integrally be linked to the development processes in the region, keeping the new opportunities in view. We must take full advantage of the fact that emerging knowledge technologies strongly support democratization and decentralization. The constraints of industrial era that necessarily favored urbanization are fast getting diluted. Here is thus an opportunity to take economy and villages to a level comparable or even better than cities, with villages offering a much better quality of life. Let us hope that this Teachers' Congress, with its broad participation at all levels, would help a collective movement to take teaching to its rightful place. I would urge that this platform becomes a more permanent feature to sustain the importance of role of teachers in transformation of our society. It would be nice to see assured government support to this independent platform. It is also appropriate that today we have recognized two teachers who have been key institution builders in the knowledge domain, and we would be recognizing two eminent and respected teachers on the concluding day. May I use this occasion to pay respects to Dr. Mujumdar, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, as well as Professor Sukhatme and Professor Natarajan, whom we are going to respect on the third day. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जीवन गौरव पुरस्कार से सम्मानित होने वाले आदरणीय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एसपी मजूमदार जी हमारे बीच विराजमान हैं, फाउंडर प्रेसिडेंट सिम्बॉयसिस सोसाइटी एंड चांसलर सिम्बॉयसिस इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी। उनका सानिध्य हमें प्राप्त है। हम उनसे निवेदन करेंगे कि कृपया हमें संबोधित करें और आप सबसे निवेदन करेंगे कि कृपया अपने अपने स्थानों पर बने रहिए। तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करेंगे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एसपी मजूमदार जी का। उनके आशीर्वचन और उनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए हम उनके आभारी रहेंगे।
नमस्ते। डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर, डॉक्टर माशेलकर, डॉक्टर नटराजन, मिस्टर खांडेकर, Dr. Bhatkar, other dignitaries on the dais, and my teacher brothers and sisters. I am enthralled because for the first time, perhaps in India, Rahul and his MIT has organized Teachers' Congress, and that too in Pune. I am also humble and touched when they selected me as a teacher for the award of Jeevan Gaurav. Thank you, Mr. Rahul. Thank you, Dr. Anil Kakadkar. And thank you, MIT as a whole. Friends, God is generous to me in showering some of His choicest blessings. And if you ask me, one reason to thank my God, I will thank Him for making me a teacher. I was a teacher myself, first at the Raj Shikshan Samstha and then at the Ferguson College for over 20 years. I taught botany. When I was a teacher, teaching was my joy. Teaching was my passion. When I used to teach my students in a classroom, it was my meditation. And therefore, I thank God for making me a teacher. Teaching, my friends, and there are a large number of teachers who are witnessing this conference. The most important thing the teaching contributed me was, teaching gave me an opportunity to inspire hope in my students. It gave me an opportunity to ignite their imaginations and instill in them a love for learning. My dear teachers, I have received many prestigious awards. But the best award comes to me when my former student recognizes me and meets me in a crowd and says to me, "Sir, I was your student. I am now a doctor, specialized in oncology, and I have saved many lives." And he says, "Sir, thank you for being my teacher." This is the only opportunity, this is the opportunity only a teacher can get in his life. And to me, this is the best award, more significant than Padma Shri or Padma Bhushan that I have received. Why am I saying this? Because friends, you and I are life changers. There are many artists, there are many journalists, there are many writers, there are many researchers who will tell us that at least one teacher in their lives has made a difference. And I am now reminded of the famous quote of 17-year-old Malala from Pakistan, who is now settled abroad and who received Nobel Prize at her youngest age. And she says, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world, can change the world." You will find it very interesting. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, perhaps the best president of our country, was once asked a very interesting question. He asked him, "What would you like to be remembered for?" I repeat this question. The question was, "What would you like to be remembered for?" And the questioner asked them certain options. As a missile man, a nuclear man, a rocket engineer, a Bharat Ratna, president, or an author. Surprisingly, Dr. Abdul Kalam said, none of these. He said, "I want to be remembered as a teacher." Further, he added, "Because that is my goal." Friends, I am really delighted. I am excited, being teacher myself throughout life, that so many of you are here. Today, all of us must say we are proud that we are teachers. And I have one request to make to all of you, those who are the teachers sitting in the pendle, to loudly say after me, "I am proud to be a teacher." Please say, "I am proud to be a teacher." Once more, "I am proud to be a teacher." I am proud to be a teacher. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमारे बीच यहाँ पर लेखक, जाने माने वक्ता, प्रेसिडेंट HBS क्लब ऑफ इंडिया, चेयरमैन NASCOM फाउंडेशन, एग्जीक्यूटिव चेयरमैन और संस्थापक 5F वर्ल्ड, डॉक्टर गणेश नटराजन जी हमारे बीच हैं। हम उन्हें आमंत्रित करेंगे, पर उससे पहले आइए उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर एक नज़र डाल लें।
Dr. Shri Ganesh Natarajan is Vice Chairman and CEO of Zensa Technologies, a leading firm that optimizes technology and processes for Fortune 500 company. He is also a founder and board member of Global Talent Track, a pioneer in employability skills training in Asia. Shri Natarajan's industry responsibilities include leadership of the HBS Club of India, Chairman of the National Committee on Knowledge Management, and Business Transformation and the Western Region Committee on Skill for the Confederation of Indian Industry. Shri Natarajan was the Chairman of NASCOM in 2008 and is a member of the Chairman Council of NASCOM. He is also a fellow member of the Computer Society of India. Shri Natarajan was nominated as CEO of the Year by the Asia Pacific HR Conference in 1999 and received the Asia HRD Congress Award for his contribution in 2005. We are honored to welcome Dr. Shri Ganesh Natarajan.
तो आपकी तालियों के बीच आमंत्रित करेंगे डॉक्टर गणेश नटराजन जी को कि वो आए और हमें संबोधित करें। डॉक्टर गणेश नटराजन जी।
Thank you very much. Dr. Kakodkar, Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. Bhatkar, Professor Karad, Professor Majumdar, dignitaries on the dais, teachers in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it is always a privilege to acknowledge the gurus who have shaped my career and who have shaped many careers in our industry. As many of you know, I come from the information technology industry in India. This is one industry which was created by you, the teaching profession, because all of us grew up in India. Most of us did our engineering in this country. We may have gone abroad like I did for an MBA or for a master's program, but the core education has always happened in this country. And if you look at this industry, which grew from less than maybe a few $100 million 30 years ago to what is today a proud 150 billion US dollar industry, 55% global market share, employing 3.5 million or 35 lakh young people in this country, we are really proud that we have put India on the global map. How does this happen? I think all of us, I myself have been educated in 4 institutions, Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra in Ranchi, NITI, which is Industrial Engineering in Bombay, did my PhD in IIT Bombay, and then management in Harvard Business School. But if I look back on my own career, my own education, I think the biggest learnings were in my early engineering education at the BIT Mesra. Because that is the formative year when you are 15 years old and you spend 4-5 years in an institution where the teacher, the guru, has a huge opportunity to mold your thinking, as Honorable Chief Minister rightly said, mold your entire approach to life in a very positive manner. In the last 30 years of my career, when I moved from manufacturing to IT, today I run a fairly significant enterprise which is building skills in young people. I have never forgotten to acknowledge those gurus, right from my first director, Professor H.C. Pandey of BIT Mesra, to Dean Nitin Noria of Harvard Business School. But most important, the gurus whom I have met in the last 15 years, who have played a role in what I have been able to contribute to the city of Pune. I first met Dr. Majumdar when I came to Pune, and he has been an inspiration in terms of selfless orientation towards community for a very long time. Even today, our family foundation, which is an education society, will not move, will not do anything unless we have the blessings of Dr. Mashelkar, because he is our inspiration in what we do, in everything we do for society. And of course, Dr. Bhatkar is somebody whose conversations can inspire you, and not just his teaching, but his work and the body of work. So I'm really humbled that I'm speaking to you in front of such eminent people who continue to mold my life. I just want to make a couple of points, and I don't want to take too much time. I think you heard Honorable Chief Minister talk about the problem of education being more of a rubber stamp or a degree or a piece of paper and not real gyan or capability. And this really happens in our own industry. We have been very frustrated that not 25%, as Honorable Chief Minister said, but we find less than 15% of graduating engineers employable in this country. Because we are measuring our students to very high standards, we have to work in exports to the highest quality, and I think we owe it to the next generation to provide them a quality of education which makes them worthy of jobs. As you heard, I was chairman of NASSCOM, which is the industry body. Today I chair NASSCOM Foundation. But our efforts in NASSCOM Foundation is today to help you to make that happen. Because for us in industry, it is very easy to criticize and say कि आप लोग कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमको ये नहीं मिल रहा है, वो नहीं मिल रहा है. मगर हम किस तरह से आपके हाथ बटा के काम कर सकेंगे, यही हम NASSCOM Foundation के जरिए सोच रहे हैं. And this we are trying to do, just to give you an example, we have taken up the cause of 2 lakh young people, not engineers from IITs, not even from the best colleges, but from smaller colleges, graduate colleges and engineering colleges all over the country. We have actually raised funding from very large global institutions. All the big IT companies, Barclays Bank, for instance, in the US, has given us funds to provide 140,000 students, 1.4 lakh students, with skills to make them worthy industry professionals. I would like to make an offer to you from this podium that if any of the vice chancellors or directors who are interested in availing this program, you don't have to pay anything. In fact, the CSR funds will take care of the entire funding of the skilling program. But what we really want to do is, while you do a great job in education, okay, giving the basic concepts and the fundamentals, we would like to come forward as industry and say we will provide the skills that make people a better professional. In fact, today I'm investing a lot of money in a new technology platform. It's called Skills Alpha, which is actually going to supplement this skilling education through technology, where any of your students could be sitting in Ranchi or Dehradun or in Meghalaya, could still get onto this platform, understand from a marketplace what is really required, and can learn on their own with support from the education system. So all I would like to say is, I think, and Honorable Chief Minister said it very eloquently, what we have contributed to the world in terms of capability, understanding, what we continue to contribute to the world in terms of scientific capability is unparalleled. My own daughter studied in Mumbai, in one of the schools there, went on to do her MD, PhD in Cambridge University in UK, did her postgrad in Harvard Business School, and is today an oncologist in Sloan Kettering Hospital. If you ask her, when she comes from New York, which is your fondest educational institution, it is the Manik G. Cooper Education Society in Mumbai. So I think you will find that all of us who are proud Indians, patriotic Indians, love this country, love the cities we live in, love our educational institutions. I think we owe it to you not to be critical, but to work with you under the guidance of very, very eminent people on the dais and really make this a proud country. I was always inspired when I was a child by Swami Vivekananda, and I would only like to end by saying, for all of us in this audience, for all of us in this podium, it is important to remember his words, that we have a great destiny, we have a great opportunity in front of us, but let us remember what he said, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
बहुत धन्यवाद गणेश नटराजन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ये अधिवेशन टीचर्स के द्वारा और टीचर्स के लिए, और ये सारे विचार जिनको हम सुन रहे हैं यहाँ पे, और ऐसे ही एक विचारवान महान वैज्ञानिक, पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित एक शख्सियत हमारे बीच यहाँ विराजमान, नेशनल रिसर्च प्रोफेसर, प्रेसिडेंट ग्लोबल रिसर्च अफेयर्स, डॉक्टर रघुनाथ ए माशेलकर जी। हम उन्हें आमंत्रित करेंगे, पर इससे पहले आइए उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर एक छोटी सी फिल्म देख लें।
Vibhushan Shri Raghunath Mashelkar is presently the President of Global Research Alliance and the Chairperson of India's National Innovation Foundation, and also appointed as the first Chairperson of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. Professor Mashelkar studied at the University of Bombay's Department of Chemical Technology, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering in 1966, later on a PhD degree in 1969. Professor Mashelkar is the former president of the Indian National Science Academy and the UK Institution of Chemical Engineers. He served for over 11 years as the Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Professor Raghunath Mashelkar is the third Indian engineer to have been elected as a Fellow of Royal Society, London in the 20th century. He was elected Foreign Associate of the United States National Academy of Sciences and also the Foreign Associate of Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering. He is the first Indian to have received this honor. Universities honored him with honorary doctorates which include Delhi University, University of London and University of Salford. Professor Mashelkar has received over 55 awards and honorary doctorates and is a member of numerous scientific bodies and committees. We are honored to welcome Padma Vibhushan Shri Raghunath Mashelkar.
तो आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ आमंत्रित करेंगे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रघुनाथ ए माशेलकर जी।
Distinguished dais, many of them are my gurus, my teachers, and my gurus and my teachers in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by, first of all, congratulating MIT, Rahul Karad, for conceptualizing the very first National Teachers Congress. It's wonderful to be always first, by the way. Second doesn't count. The first counts. And this is tremendous. The second is, I like to salute my gurus, Professor Majumdar, Professor Karad, for what they have done for higher education in not just Pune or Maharashtra, but for the entire nation. We have heard pearls of wisdom from the great speeches that we have had, so I'm going to avoid any repetition and just make 3 or 4 points that I consider are important. I think the first is, like somebody has said, I only think of the future because that is where I'm going to spend the rest of my life. If that is so, then we have to think of the future and ask 2 questions, or 3 questions. The first is why, the second is what, and the third is how. So first is why education. Now that is the simplest to answer, by the way, because to me, it is very simple. Education is equal to future. That's it. And you are the ones who are building India's future, and that's why all our salutations to you. The secondly is how. As President Obama had said, innovation and education is going to be the currency of the 21st century. I would go one step forward and say innovation in education and education in innovation are going to be the two critical parts that we need to do. Now, the moment you say innovation in education, it means you have to do things differently. That is the how part of it. So how different they have to be? I think to start with, we have had enough of this learning by rote. You just memorize, reproduce, and so on. And our systems have been based on single correct answer. They need change because there is never a single correct answer to any question excepting in science. With science, you can't take liberties. You can't create your own Avogadro number. There is only one. But for everything else, there are multiple solutions. And somehow or the other, we deprive the opportunity to our young students to find those multiple solutions because they come when you start questioning and going beyond the textbooks. In fact, as you know, this year is a very important year, 100 years after Lokmanya Tilak had said that freedom is my birthright and I'm going to have it. And we celebrated it in Pune, by the way. And one of the things that one recalled was Lokmanya Tilak as a child, and I remember writing about his national education concept and what does it mean in today's world. And there I recollected how Lokmanya Tilak as a young student was. And you know, he was absolutely extraordinary. And there is an incident, apparently, that the teacher asked them to write the word Santa. And everybody wrote it in 2 different ways. And he wrote it in 3 different ways. And this was considered as a sign of arrogance by the teacher. He was taken to the headmaster and he was punished because he gave more answers than were prescribed. And that is our challenge. You know, I teach innovation in universities. I'm myself a teacher, by the way. In many different fora. I am also visiting professor at Monash University for the 10th consecutive year, Harvard in October. And I began my career as a lecturer. And I remember we do a simple experiment, you know, take a glass of water which is half filled, and I go around the class asking them how to take the water out. So somebody says pour it, somebody says break the glass, somebody remembers that crow, put stones, somebody says boil it, and after 6 or 7 answers, it comes to a halt. And I show them 42 ways of doing it. In India, we will ask them to write down one correct answer, and this has to change as a matter of fact. I think that is the fundamental. So therefore, we have to make paradigm shifts. Learning by rote was the first paradigm. The second paradigm is learning by doing. But when you say learning by doing, somebody is telling you what to do. Step number 1, step number 3, step number 4. That's okay. It gives you some experience. But the third paradigm is learning by creating. All right? You do, I mean, that's why as Maharashtra State Innovation Council, we are trying to set up those Tod Ford Jod centers so that our children will be allowed to play with their hands and create something absolutely new. And now the last paradigm that is coming is learning by co-creating, by the way. And that co-creation going forward will not be between the men and the children, but also with robots. We don't talk about robots anymore. We talk about cobots. We have to learn to work with man and machine has to go together. So just to say how different we have to be, learning by rote has to move to learning by doing, learning by creating, learning by co-creating. That's number 1. The other thing which the Honorable Prime Minister in his very inspiring speech said, and I totally agree with him, when we talk about innovation, doing things differently, the digital word is here, basically. There is no question about that, and therefore digitization, virtualization, mobilization, personalization are going to be there, and there are going to be game-changing, like co-creating, self-organizing, self-correcting, borderless, dynamic, open systems. And our education system will have to get used to getting into sort of all this is very important. The question is, what do you want to produce? Finally, what we do are to produce products for the future. And what are those products for the future are going to be? Remember, we are going to move into what is called as Industry 4.0. What was Industry 1.0? Steam engine, etc., mechanization. Industry 2.0, assembly, line approach, mass production. Industry 3.0 was information, communication technology, and so on. But Industry 4 is completely different in terms of the entire digital disruption taking over. And therefore, we have to create products which will go for that word, as a matter of fact. And therefore, one of the greatest concerns I have about India, and I'm afraid there is not enough discussion, is technology-led jobless growth. The way the advanced automation is taking place, the way the jobs will be discussed, in fact, displaced, is absolutely incredible. There is a Martin School report which has come. 47% of the current jobs in the US will vanish in 20 years, but 69% of the current jobs will vanish in 20 years. You know, it's a large number, 2 out of 3. Because of advanced robotics, because of artificial intelligence and so on, because the costs are dropping down and it becomes very, very sort of easy to go into that. What does it mean? That means we have to create products for Industry 4.0. Don't teach them Industry 2.0. They will be absolutely obsolete. And for that, what are the new skills you require? The list has come out, by the way. In 2020, what are the top 5 qualities when you teach, you will have to induct in the schools? What are they? The first is dealing with complexity. Why? Because this is a VUCA word, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Rote learning will not tell you how to deal with complexity. That's the first. The second is critical thinking. The third is creativity. The fourth is emotional intelligence. And the fifth is ability to co-create. I think we should put our hand on our heart and ask as to whether we are preparing our products for this. For example, creativity, which is based on questioning, analytical thinking, critical thinking, and finding multiple solutions, basically. I think we have to revisit that. The most important point, which the Honorable Minister also mentioned, Anil Kakodkar, my very dear friend, he was the chairman of the committee that he talked about, sir, is that it's not the question of just building mind, it's a question of building mindset. It's not just a question of building ability, it's the question of building attitude. And attitude brings values, which is something that the Honorable Chief Minister sort of mentioned. I think it is very clear that we have to move into that area. Finally, I'd like to conclude by just giving an anecdote. Prakashji Javadekar has taken over as an education minister. We are very proud of him, not just because he belongs to Pune, but because he is a fantastic leader. And I remember he phoned me up after he took over in 2 or 3 days. And he says, Dr. Mashelkar, in Pune on 10th of July. So I said, yes, it was a Sunday. So he said, I'm going to honor my teachers on that day. So I said, and attend. He said, no, I want to honor you as one of my teachers. I said, no, look, but I have never taught you. He said, no, but I have learned from you. And he recollected the good old days in Pune, you know, when we used to interact. And he did something very, very traditionally by honoring the teachers. And then each one of us had to speak for 3 minutes. And that's the message I want to leave behind with you. What I said was the following. I was the president of Indian Science Congress in the year 2000 in Pune. That was held in Pune. 5,000 scientists came. Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was then the Prime Minister, inaugurated it. And I remember talking about a new Panchasheel for the new millennium. And that Panchasheel was child-centered education, where all of us, woman-centered family, human-centered development, knowledge-centered society, and innovation-centered. This was the Panchasheel. Now, within that Panchasheel, when I came to child-centered education, I had talked about one of my teachers who transformed my life, basically. You know, by the way, I went to a municipal school, I studied, it didn't make any difference. That's very important, I want to register it with you. So, when I mentioned that, after that we had a luncheon together, where the Prime Minister was there, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was there, 2 Nobel laureates, and our discussion started. And those 2 Nobel laureates were very interesting. They said, we don't have, like my Principal Bhave was my teacher, so we don't have any such teachers anymore in Switzerland, in France. And then I remember the discussion went on, and Atal ji just turned to me and said, Mashelkar ji, आपको पता है आजकल भावे सर क्यों नहीं होते, ऐसे टीचर क्यों नहीं होते? So I said, no sir, क्यों नहीं होते? So he said, क्योंकि आजकल समाज में उनको प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है. That is exactly what I mentioned to our education minister, that you are starting your journey as an education minister by giving pratishtha. No society who does not respect or honor the teachers will ever become a developed society. So that is, I think, a value must imbibe, because you are the ones who are going to build the entire of this great, great nation. I'm so proud to see you all together. Again, my congratulations to Rahul for doing something which would prove to be game-changing, and I'm quite sure our next 3 days deliberations will come out with something where, please remember, innovation in education. The ideas that we talk about, yesterday the ideas wouldn't work. Like I said, Industry 4.0, not Industry 2.0. And therefore, the entire game has to change. And I do hope that this new endeavor will turn out to be game changer for this nation. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. तो ये टीचर्स की जो ये यहाँ पर बैठक चल रही है, अधिवेशन चल रहा है, कांग्रेस चल रही है, ये गेम चेंजर साबित होगा, ऐसी कामना कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर माशेलकर. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और अब हमारे बीच वरिष्ठ पत्रकार और विविध टीवी चैनल से संबद्ध रहे श्री राजीव खांडेकर जी मौजूद हैं, जो कि एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर हैं एबीपी माझा न्यूज़ चैनल के. अपने अनुभव हमसे साझा करेंगे, पर उससे पहले आइए उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर ये छोटी सी फिल्म देख लें.
Rajiv Khandekar works as the executive editor of the state's leading news channel, ABP. His name is added with the names of the few reporters who are working in papers and TV channel. He has played a vital role in developing Star Mazha and ABP and making them most popular channels all over Maharashtra. Mr. Rajiv Khandekar in 1981 began his career in
वो मतलब बाकी समाज को, उसके जो रीडर्स है, उनको उन चीज़ों से एक्सेस नहीं होता था, और फिर ये जो कह रहे हैं उससे लोग इम्प्रेस्ड होते थे. उनको लगता था कि अपना मतलब एडिटर की जिम्मेदारी वो लोगों को एजुकेट करे, उनको इन्फॉर्म करे. आज के तारीख में इस ग्लोबलाइज दुनिया में जो एडिटर को मालूम है, एडिटर जिस कुएं से पानी निकाल रहा है, उस कुएं से पानी हर कोई, उसका व्यूअर हो, रीडर हो, निकाल सकता है, क्योंकि एक्सेस सभी को है. एजुकेशन की बात करें तो जो मेरे सामने विद्यार्थी है, उनको सारी चीज़ें, सब चीज़ें पता है, उनके मोबाइल में हर चीज़ है. तो फिर शिक्षक या पत्रकार अपने विद्यार्थियों को या अपने पाठकों को नया, या उसने क्या करना चाहिए? मुझे लगता है कि जैसे पत्रकार को एनालिसिस करके चीज़ों को बताना जिस तरह से ज़रूरी है, वैसे ही अध्यापकों को जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसे अप्लाई कैसे करना चाहिए, इसका पर्सपेक्टिव देने की ज़रूरत है. अब ये हम लोग करेंगे, और बाकी जो बेसिक चीज़ें हैं उनको हम लोग फॉलो करेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत कुछ हम हासिल करेंगे. जो उम्मीदें मेरे डॉक्टर माशेलकर और बाकी सारी वक्ताओं ने जो अपेक्षाएं व्यक्त की, वो उससे सही साबित हो जाएगी. आज हमने यहाँ पे डॉक्टर मुजुमदार और डॉक्टर कराड़, इन दोनों का सम्मान किया. मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई. मतलब वशिष्ठ और विश्वामित्र तो हमने सुने हैं, पुणे के ये दो ऐसे ही महानुभाव है. एक फ़र्क है, विश्वामित्र और वशिष्ठ में बहुत ज़्यादा बैर था। ये दोनों तो मतलब अच्छे तरह से बैठे हैं, लेकिन पुणे की जो इमेज है, पुणे को जो विद्या नगरी के नाम से जाना जाता है, इन दोनों ने जिस तरह से इस विद्या नगरी को ऊपर उठाया है और जिस तरह की इंस्टीट्यूशंस की निर्मित की है, और मतलब सारे, अभी डॉक्टर माशेलकर जी ने जो कहा कि सारी दुनिया को ऐसे देख के ताज्जुब लगे, इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूशंस इन्होंने यहाँ आके एक जनरेशन में खड़े किए, जो हम लोग देखते हैं वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज़ में, जिसके लिए साल मतलब 100 साल लग जाते हैं। हमारे लिए अच्छी और खुशी की बात है कि कैम्ब्रिज और ऑक्सफोर्ड, प्रिंसटन और हार्वर्ड का अंतर इतना ज़्यादा है, उस तुलना में हम यहाँ पुणे में इतने से अपने शहर में इस तरह की एक साथ इंस्टीट्यूशंस देखते हैं, और इन्होंने किया है उससे गर्व महसूस करते हैं। मुझे पता है कि हम लोगों को मतलब बाकी जो अपने वक्ता है उनको भी सुनना है, इसलिए मैं आपका ज़्यादा वक्त न लेते हुए यहीं पे रुकता हूँ। नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद राजीव जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और अब इस मंच पर विराजमान, जिनको मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी यहाँ पर सादर, जिन्हें आज जीवन गौरव पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया है, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ डी कराड़ जी, संस्थापक मायर्स MIT ग्रुप हमारे बीच। उन्हें आमंत्रित करने से पहले 2 मिनट की छोटी सी फिल्म आपके जीवन और कार्यों पर।
Dr. Vishwanath Dadarao Karad, visionary and eminent educator, started his journey of success more than 3 decades back and still continuing on the same path. A journey in the quest of truth, religious harmonization of science and spirituality. 3rd February 1941, in a village named Rameshwarui, in the ambience of life, a visionary and scholar child was born and continued his path after completing his formal education. A family with the background of bhakti of Panduranga and blessings by Sant Shri Gyaneshwara and Tukaram Mauli supported the thought process of Vishwanath ji from his childhood. Dr. Vishwanath started his career as a professor after completing his education in engineering in the Government Engineering College and continued for 20 years.
Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad.
Friends, it truly fills my heart with a sense of pride when I stand before you on this most historic occasion of the first National Teachers Congress under the chairmanship of one of the most leading scientists of India and the world, Dr. Anil Kakodkar ji. I am very fortunate that Anil Kakodkar ji, Dr. Raghunath Mashalkar, my brother and a close friend Vijay Bhatkar sir, Nandakumar Nikam, Sudhakim of organizing committee have chosen me for the felicitation of the Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. I am grateful for that. I know that it was Dr. Kakodkar and Mashalkar who might have supported this concept. Friends, let me say that I don't want to very elaborately speak for a long time, but let me tell you honestly that I have been very fortunate enough that when I never wanted to be an engineer in my lifetime, forget about teaching of thermodynamics, engines and heat transfer, the subjects in engineering. देखो मज़े की बात ऐसी कि मेरे जीवन में मुझे इंजीनियर नहीं बनना था। पता नहीं जीवन में ऐसी बातें कैसे होती है जैसे अभी इस मंच पर बैठे ये बड़े बड़े लोगों के साथ शायद बैठने का मौका आने वाला था। इंजीनियर बना जो इंजीनियर नहीं बनना था, प्रोफेसर हुआ, टीचर हुआ, and a good teacher, not a very bad teacher of whatever has been said. But देखिए ना कि MIT बनी और MIT बनने के बाद जो भी काम हुआ, आलंदी का हुआ, विश्वविद्यालय की स्थापना हुई, ऐसे कुछ काम हुए कि जो जीवन में कभी सोचे नहीं थे। मुझे पता नहीं मशालकर जी और काकोडकर जी, आपके बचपन में आपको लगता था कि आप एटॉमिक एनर्जी के चेयरमैन बनेंगे? मेरे सामने पता नहीं, एक गरीब गौंडी का लड़का वाइस चांसलर कैसे बनता है, डायरेक्टर कैसे बनता है, पता नहीं। इट्स ऑल द डेस्टिनी। दैट इज मोर फॉर्चुनेट फॉर मी। लेट मी टेल यू फ्रेंड्स that very fortunately in my lifetime, understanding of the role of science and spiritual component of life, as was said by the great India Swami Vivekananda, that became my life journey. I don't know ये कैसे हुआ Vivekananda when I came for engineering. And I repeat, I've been saying the same thing again and again, but for my teacher friends who are sitting here from whole of India, who are very knowledgeable people, learned people, scholarly people, and who have been committed for, I know it very well. But let me tell you, friend, that very first sentence, which made my life change completely, and that became the mission, when the Swami Vivekananda had said, which you know it very well, every one of you, when addressing the first Parliament of World Religion, Chicago, when he says, my sisters and brothers, these words are sort of known to every one of you. Friends, remember, union of science and religion oblique spirituality alone will help to bring harmony and peace to mankind. पहला शब्द है। दूसरा सेंटेंस था, that time we were under British clutches. ब्रिटिश लोग राज करते थे इस देश पे। तो स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा, give me a few men with the muscles of iron and nerves of steel, and I'll change the face of my mother India. और तीसरा शब्द है, तीसरा वाक्य है, is, friends, remember, it is much better to run after a football only to read Gita or a scripture in the temple or a mosque. ये तीन शब्दों ने, तीन सेंटेंस ने मेरे जीवन में पूरी दिशा बदल दी गई। पता नहीं, इंजीनियरिंग का हूँ, पार्टिकल फिजिक्स, आईटी, कंप्यूटर, छोड़ो ये बातें, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा मैं आपके सामने एक बात रखना चाहता हूँ कि ये नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस का मकसद क्या है, किस लिए अपन आए यहाँ पर। कोई पगार बढ़ाना है, कोई सैलरी की बात है, दिशा क्या है। इतने बड़े बड़े वाइस चांसलर बैठे और मेरे सबसे आकर हो, काकोडकर हो, भटकर हो, ये सारे लोगों के सामने मैं फिर से कहना चाहता हूँ कि शायद दिस नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस हैज़ टू टेक अ प्लेज इस देश को बदलने के लिए, बिकॉज ये 1897 में अगेन द सेम ग्रेट नोबल सन ऑफ इंडिया हैड सेड दैट टाइम, addressing the world, he remember 21st century will be the century for Mother India. And he says further, remember that my Mother India will emerge as a knowledge corner of the whole world. ज्ञान का दालन बोल के मेरी भारत माता उभर आने वाली है। यह शब्द है द वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम स्पोकन बाय द ग्रेट नोबल सन ऑफ इंडिया स्वामी विवेकानंदा। मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि यह शब्द इसे वाचा जाता है। यू नो इट वेरी वेल, व्हेन द ग्रेट पीपल लाइक दिस दे स्पीक, दे कम ट्रू, दे कम, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। और मैंने देखा है कि दुनिया में जितने भी ऐसे महानुभाव हुए, विभूति हुए, इनके मुख से जब शब्द निकल आता है उसकी सिद्धि होती है। और मुझे लगता है कि मशालकर सर हमेशा इस बात का जिक्र करते हैं, भटकर और मशालकर हमेशा 21st सेंचुरी विल बी द सेंचुरी फॉर मदर इंडिया। शायद मुझे ऐसे लगा, मैंने सारे हमारे नंद कुमार निकम हो, राहुल, सारे लोगों को क्या मकसद क्या है भाई नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस का। किस लिए आ रहे हैं अपन इकट्ठा? तो मुझे लगा कि ये विवेकानंद के शब्दों की सच्चाई, उसको रियलिटी में लाने के लिए आपका यहाँ आना है। आप यहाँ पर चर्चा करने के लिए, मज़े के लिए ही कोई आया नहीं। आप तो होशियार है, जानकार है, डिवोटेड है। You have the decency, decorum and dignity in your lifetime with a tremendous sense of commitment. मुझे ऐसे लगा कि स्वामी विवेकानंद ने जो भी बात की है, और जब बोलते हैं कि माय मदर इंडिया विल एमर्ज एज ए नॉलेज स्कॉलर, ज्ञान का दालन बोल के दुनिया के सामने आने वाला है। मुझे खुशी है कि आज देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री ने बहुत अच्छी बात। पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं उनको कि अमेरिका में कल सुबह 4 बजे अमेरिका से आए, टाइम 12:15 ही अराउंड एट MIT। मैं बोला भाई सारे मंत्रीगण यदि ऐसा पंक्चुअल रहे या मुहूर्त को माने तो भारत देश बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा। स्वच्छता अभियान हो, ये बातें हो। मैं इतना कहूँगा कि दोज वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम स्पोकन बाय द ग्रेट नोबल सन ऑफ इंडिया, स्वामी विवेकानंद के शब्द सच्चाई में आने का वक्त आ गया है। इसलिए आप यहाँ आके संकल्प करेंगे। भारत माता का विश्व गुरु की बात हुई, एंड दे हैव सेड दैट माय मदर इंडिया विल शो द पाथवे ऑफ हार्मनी एंड पीस टू मैनकाइंड। दुनिया का आज का स्थिति जो भी है, उसको रास्ता दिखाने का दायित्व मेरी भारत माता की तरफ है। यू नो इट, what a violence, what terrorism, bloodshed, massacre. Everything is available, but possibly there is no peace of mind. There is a fear complex, suspicion. ये क्यों हुआ भाई, कैसे हुआ, क्या वजह क्या है, इसको रास्ता कौन दिखाने वाला है? तो मुझे लगता है कि आप और मैं, हम जैसे टीचर, शायद अपना यह दायित्व है, and we will be the people possibly to contribute something. We don't have a feeling of ego. लेकिन दुनिया में जो भी चल रहा है आतंकवाद, मुझे अभी मौका मिला। I was invited for the World Parliament of Religions in Salt Lake City because of one of my friends. And the subject was given to me was whether the value-based universal education system of India can show the pathway of minimizing the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism and violence. इस पर कोई असर हो सकता है क्या? भारतीय शिक्षण पद्धति, भारतीय सांस्कृतिक परंपरा और तत्वज्ञान की बात होती है, महर्षि वेद व्यास से लेकर संत ज्ञानेश्वर तक, स्वामी विवेकानंद तक, तो कभी तो याद तो करो। एंड डोंट थिंक दिस ऑल रिलीजियस। ये अंधश्रद्धा, ये जो शब्द आई थिंक मेरे CM साहब ने भी कहा, मैकॉले की बात, जिन्होंने बोला था कि जब तक ये भारतीय लोग अपनी संस्कृति, जो वेद यानी ज्ञान की पूजा है, ध्यान में रखो, ये देश में 2 बातें हुई, एक है सत्य की खोज और दूसरी है ज्ञान की पूजा। Trying to understand the ultimate reality or the ultimate truth, either through science or either through spirituality. अध्यात्म शास्त्र को अंधश्रद्धा नहीं भाई, ये काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, मद, मत्सर, विकार, विकृति और करने का शास्त्र है। इसे अंधश्रद्धा मत समझो। We are teachers, we have to realize and understand. We have the intelligence, the capability. तो मेरे मन में ऐसी बात आती है कि अपना संकल्प क्या है? What I can contribute? What if I have the people like Mashalkar, Bhatkar and everybody sitting? I think my friend seems to be sitting here, Mr. Avinash Dharmadhikari, very learned scholar. यह संकल्प का दिन है, ऐसे मुझे लगा कि कसम खानी है कि मेरे देश के लिए मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मेरी पगार क्या है, तनख्वाह क्या है, क्या मिलना चाहिए, क्या नहीं, ये बातें तो चलती रही, उसके लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है। लेकिन what is the aim of this National Teachers Congress is the question which really tries to remind to me, and I feel I appeal to you friends, this platform should be used for Mother India, the nation building. और 21वीं शताब्दी में दुनिया के सामने मेरी भारत माता का एक नया स्वरूप, भारतीय संस्कृति का, परंपरा का, तत्वज्ञान का, जो साइंटिफिक है, अधिष्ठित है, उसको अंधश्रद्धा मत कहो, और ये जानकर शायद दुनिया के सामने कुछ रखने का प्रयास करे, contribute our share दैट्स माई पर्सनल फीलिंग। आई एम ग्रेटफुल अगेन काकोडकर सर, आपके यहाँ में धन्यवाद दिया। एसबी मुजुमदार हमारे बड़े भाई, क्षेत्र में इतना काम किए, लेकिन आपने हमको धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ डी कराड़ जी। तो आपने देखा कि आज का सम्मेलन जिसकी शुरुआत यहाँ से आज हुई है, नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस, जिसका ये सत्र जो कि हम उद्घाटन सत्र कह रहे हैं, यूज़फुल, कितना फ्रूटफुल नज़र आ रहा है। अगले सत्र के लिए हम निवेदन करेंगे अपने विशिष्ट मेहमानों से कि आप सब यहाँ आए। आपका आभार प्रकट करते हुए हम अगला सत्र यहाँ प्रारंभ करना चाहेंगे। आप सभी के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो अगला सत्र कल, आज और कल, ये सत्र जिसे हम यहाँ पर प्रारंभ करेंगे, हमारे साथ हमारे अन्य विशिष्ट मेहमान भी होंगे जिनसे हम यहाँ पर उनके विचारों को सुनेंगे। हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, हमारे विशिष्ट मेहमान अगले सत्र के मंच पर कृपया पधारें। आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आपकी तालियों के बीच हम यहाँ स्वागत कर रहे हैं हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि श्री अविनाश धर्माधिकारी जी, पूर्व IAS अधिकारी और सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हमारे बीच, और हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर VS सपकाल जी, चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया बोर्ड ऑफ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च इन इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। उनका भी यहाँ पर हम अपने इस नए सत्र में अभिनंदन करेंगे, स्वागत करेंगे आपकी तालियों के बीच। और आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया अपने अपने स्थानों पर यहाँ बने रहिए। हमारा ये अगला सत्र हम यहाँ पर प्रारंभ करेंगे भारतीय शिक्षा व्यवस्था का पूर्व, वर्तमान और भविष्य। आप सब जानते हैं कि गुरु का दर्जा ईश्वर से ऊंचा माना गया है और शिक्षा का मतलब केवल किताबी ज्ञान नहीं है। शिक्षा मूल्य परख हो जो कि मानव को एक संपूर्ण मानव बनाए। गुरु का मतलब महज एक ऐसा टीचर जो सिर्फ पढ़ाए, जिसे सिर्फ फीस मिलती हो। शिक्षा जो हमें एक अच्छी नौकरी दिलवा दे। शिष्य जो चाहता है कि उसे एक अच्छी जॉब मिल जाए। लगता है कभी कभी कि ये शिक्षा हमें प्रकाशित नहीं कर रही, हमारा मार्गदर्शन नहीं कर रही। तो कौन से ऐसे सिद्धांत, मूल्य होने चाहिए हमारी कल, आज और ऐसी होनी चाहिए, इसी पर आज हम मंथन करेंगे इस सत्र में। और शुरुआत करेंगे गुरु महान आचार्य चाणक्य की एक छोटी सी क्लिप से।
शिक्षक व परिषद तो गौरव भूषित तब होगी जब यह राष्ट्र गौरवशाली होगा, और यह राष्ट्र गौरवशाली तब होगा अपने जीवन मूल्यों व परंपराओं का निर्वाह करने में सफल व सक्षम, और यह राष्ट्र सफल व सक्षम तब होगा जब शिक्षक अपने उत्तरदायित्व का निर्वाह करने में सफल होगा। शिक्षक सफल तब कहा जाएगा जब वह प्रत्येक व्यक्ति में राष्ट्रीय चरित्र का निर्माण करने में सफल हो। यदि व्यक्ति राष्ट्रभाव से शून्य है, राष्ट्रभाव से हीन है, अपनी राष्ट्रीयता के प्रति सजग नहीं है, तो यह शिक्षक की असफलता है। और हमारा अनुभव चरित्र के अभाव में हमने अपने राष्ट्र को अपमानित होते देखा है। हमारा अनुभव है कि शस्त्र से पहले हम शास्त्र के अभाव से पराजित हुए हैं। हम शस्त्र और शास्त्र धारण करने वालों को राष्ट्रीयता का बोध नहीं करा पाए और व्यक्ति से पहले खंड खंड हमारी राष्ट्रीयता हुई। शिक्षक इस राष्ट्र की राष्ट्रीयता व सामर्थ्य को जागृत करने में असफल रहा। यदि शिक्षक पराजय स्वीकार कर ले तो पराजय का वह भाव राष्ट्र के लिए घातक होगा। अतः वेद वंदना के साथ साथ राष्ट्र वंदना का स्वर भी दिशाओं में गूंजना आवश्यक है। आवश्यक है व्यक्ति व्यवस्था को यह आभास कराना कि यदि व्यक्ति की राष्ट्र की उपासना में आस्था नहीं रही तो उपासना के अन्य मार्ग भी संघर्ष मुक्त नहीं रह पाएंगे। अतः व्यक्ति से व्यक्ति, व्यक्ति से समाज व समाज से राष्ट्र का एकीकरण आवश्यक है। अतः शीघ्र ही व्यक्ति, समाज व राष्ट्र को एक सूत्र में बांधना होगा और वह सूत्र राष्ट्रीयता ही हो सकती है। शिक्षक इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करे, वह शीघ्र ही राष्ट्र का नव निर्माण करने के लिए सिद्ध हो। के मार्ग में बाधाएं आएंगी, पर शिक्षक को उन पर विजय पानी होगी। और आवश्यकता पड़े तो शिक्षक शस्त्र उठाने में भी पीछे ना हटे। मैं स्वीकार करता हूं कि शिक्षक का सामर्थ्य शास्त्र है, पर यदि मार्ग में शस्त्र बाधक हो और राष्ट्र मार्ग के शस्त्र की ही भाषा समझते हो तो शिक्षक उन्हें अपने सामर्थ्य का परिचय अवश्य दे, अन्यथा सामर्थ्यहीन शिक्षक अपने शास्त्रों की भी रक्षा नहीं कर पाएगा। संभव है कि इस राष्ट्र को एक सूत्र में बांधने के लिए शिक्षक को सत्ताओं से भी लड़ना पड़े, पर स्मरण रहे कि सत्ताओं से राष्ट्र महत्वपूर्ण है। राजनैतिक सत्तातः राष्ट्र की वेदी पर सत्ताओं की आहुति देनी पड़े तो भी शिक्षक संकोच न करे। इतिहास साक्षी है कि सत्ता व स्वार्थ की राजनीति ने इस राष्ट्र का अहित किया है। हमें अब सिर्फ इस राष्ट्र का विचार करना है। यदि शासन सहयोग दे तो ठीक, अन्यथा शिक्षक अपने पूर्वजों के पुण्य व कीर्ति का स्मरण कर अपने उत्तरदायित्व का निर्वाह करने में सिद्ध हो। विजय निश्चित है। सप्त सिंधु की संस्कृति की विजय निश्चित है। विजय निश्चित है इस राष्ट्र के जीवन मूल्यों की। विजय निश्चित है इस राष्ट्र की। आवश्यकता मात्र आवाहन की है।
तो शिक्षक राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपना अमूल्य योगदान देते हैं, चरित्र निर्माण में अमूल्य देते हैं और व्यक्ति अपना अमूल्य योगदान देते हैं। और हम सब आभारी हैं अपने तमाम शिक्षकों के जो कि देश भर से यहाँ पर आज उपस्थित हुए हैं। तो भारतीय शिक्षा व्यवस्था का भूत, वर्तमान और भविष्य। लेकिन ये सेशन शुरू करें इससे पहले मंच पर विराजमान अपने विशिष्ट अतिथियों का यहाँ स्वागत अभिनंदन करेंगे। मैं गुजारिश करूंगी डॉक्टर अनिल काकोडकर जी और राहुल कराड़ जी से कि वो स्वागत अभिनंदन अविनाश धर्माधिकारी जी, पूर्व IAS अधिकारी, सोशल एक्टिविस्ट और डायरेक्टर चाणक्य मंडल। आपकी तालियों के बीच यहाँ नेशनल टीचर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस के पहले सत्र में उनका हम यहाँ हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। आपकी तालियों के बीच श्री अविनाश धर्माधिकारी जी। हम स्वागत अभिनंदन करेंगे प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर VS सपकाल जी, चेयर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च इन इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। डॉक्टर VS सपकाल जी का भी यहाँ पर हम स्वागत अभिनंदन करेंगे नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस के इस प्रथम सत्र में। तो आज के इस सत्र में हमें अपने विशिष्ट अतिथियों की बात सुनने को मिलेगी, उनके विचार सुनने को मिलेंगे। क्या है कुल मिलाकर ये आज का सेशन, आकर देख लें।
Past, present and future of Indian education system. Like all the other sections in the country, education is also going through the process of reform. From gurukuls to classrooms to digital tutoring, the times have been changing rapidly. Reforms like experiential learning, skill-based development, technology are necessary part of our new education system for the future. From delivering sheerance to making the classes more best is the need of the hour. With explosion of information, we need the ability to stay updated and make use of the available data banks. This session will try and suggest solutions for reforming and ushering a complete overhaul of our present day education system.
आज के हमारे इस सत्र के हमारे विशिष्ट वक्ता श्री अविनाश धर्माधिकारी, जो कि एक पूर्व IAS अधिकारी रह चुके हैं, जिन्होंने समाज सेवा की राह पकड़ने के लिए अपनी नौकरी छोड़ी और उसके बाद लग गए समाज के पथ प्रदर्शन में, युवाओं को रास्ता दिखा। उन्हें आमंत्रित करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले आइए एक छोटी सी फिल्म उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर।
Ask the city youngsters about Avinash Dharmadhikari. They will sing peasants about his ideas and he has projected towards dealing with the social problems of India. The former civil servant is a well-known social activist and a freelance journalist before joining IAS. After serving on various posts during his administrative career of 10 years, he resigned from IAS in 1996 to serve the society better. While in service, he initiated many experiments in responsive administration, field level functioning of government machinery to reorient the operational technologies in bureaucracy. Dharmadhikari ji founded the Chanakya Mandal Parivar, a network organization for examinations, career guidance, entrepreneurship development, and personality development workshops all over the state. Soon, he plans to harness information technology for education and develop it into a full-scale, autonomous, open university. He is the organizer of the Citizens Action Plan and the chief editor of Chanakya Mandal, a periodical. He has authored many books that are an inspiration. We are honored to welcome Shri Avinash Dharmadhikari.
और हम सभी के लिए आमंत्रित करेंगे श्री अविनाश धर्माधिकारी जी.
All my teacher, sisters and brothers on the dais and in front of me, that we are all sisters and brothers with the same vision and the same goal, be here and express my respect for Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir, for Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, for Dr. Majumdar sir, for the convener of this teachers conference, like father, like son, the extraordinary convener, Rahul Karad, everybody on this smaller dais and everybody on this bigger dais, all my sisters and brothers, I express my respect for all of you and start my brief talk with one joke and one great story. So first, here is a joke. There is a great poem in Marathi about mother's love. And there is a great teacher who is teaching this poem with great passion. It's a heartwarming and a heart-touching poem, how a mother nurtures youngsters. Actually, the poem is about a young kid who has lost his mother and therefore expressing his pain, the kid expressing pain over loss of mother, how a mother back. And the teacher is so involved that not a single eye is without tears when the teacher is teaching this poem, even explaining the poem. Having taught this poem, then the teacher asked the classroom, my boys and girls, please tell me, now who is greater? Is the teacher greater or the mother greater? Between the two, who is greater than the other? And every single boy and girl sitting in the classroom, enthusiastically wiping their eyes, the boy and the girl says, everyone, mother is greater than the teacher, and mother is greater than the teacher, and mother is greater than the teacher. As usual, as all of us know, there is a naughty backbencher sitting at the back of the class. He raises his hand. The teacher says, okay, what is your answer? And this naughty boy stands up and says, teacher is greater than the mother. And this teacher is kind of, why is he saying this? Is it like he didn't want to come to the school, but the mother he beat him blue and he had to go to the school? Or is it that his mother is stepmother who treats him badly, so he is saying that teacher is greater than the mother? Or is he having natural skill of giving the answer that the seniors would like, which means this boy is going to have good day in government service. Now, why is he saying teacher is greater than the mother? So he says, tell me why you are saying teacher is greater than the mother. The boy says, sir, the fact is, the mother can put 2 or 3 kids to sleep at a time. And thank you for having this laughter and a slight ripple of claps that you and I got it. Teacher's position is among the highest. We belong to the civilization which starts with Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, and then Acharya Devo Bhava. But the Acharya, the teacher, who can really be the mother to the kids, is really greater than herself. And I want to believe that all of us are here because we are and we can be those nurturing mothers to all the kids. And if a teacher can be that loving, that compassionate, that committed to the kids, then we get the social position which is higher than even the mother. But let us be proud to belong to that universal civilization, the civilization that has that universal message which actually puts the teacher on a high pedestal. How much salary we earn, etc., these are minor things in the light of the pleasure, the happiness we derive by being teachers. I'm saying I'm not only convinced, I'm saying I know, I'm saying I have pleasure of being a teacher. The teacher is higher than the IAS officer. The teacher, the position of teacher is higher than, say, MLAs, MPs, etc. The teacher is even higher than, with all due respect, the chief minister or even the prime minister. The only position that is higher than the teacher is mother. But if a teacher can be mother to the kids, then that teacher is higher than even the mother. Our civilization tells us that the mother gives birth to the body. A good teacher gives birth to the life, personality of that young kid. We are all devoted and dedicated to that great job. And what a great job a teacher can achieve is my second story. My dear friends, we belong to that civilization which is, yes, great. And yes, we will work for the further greatness, the modern greatness, as Karad sir was saying, thanks to the Guru Vivekananda saying 21st century will be our century, and that India will show the path, the moral path, the path of universal brotherhood, and how through peace and non-violence and universal love, India will show the moral and spiritual path. Yes, I am convinced about that. But we also have some internal problems to solve. The greatest, which means the worst problem, which means the single most challenge before our civilization is the very caste system, mind you. I am talking of the very caste system is the greatest curse upon this civilization. I am not just talking of casteism. I am talking about the very caste system that divides us, that distorts our outlook of looking towards each other. So I am here to share the story of a great man, one of the greatest sons of this Mother India, who was super intelligent, who had his education in Britain and United States also, who returned to India with PhD in economics, whose research thesis itself was so great that his PhD guide in United States saluted him, saying, I have nothing to teach him. In fact, I should learn from him. But on coming back to India, this great son of India won't find a job. And thank God we had great enlightened rulers also. So one such great enlightened ruler gave him a job, but then he won't find a place to live in the city because, my dear friends, his only curse was he was born as Mahar in this society, as a so-called, so-called, it must pain everybody's heart. That great son of India, Baba Sahib Ambedkar, so much of pain was inflicted upon him. So many injustices were inflicted upon him. You and I, as human beings, if we had to undergo this, I'm afraid most of us would say, hell with your civilization and hell with Mother India. Baba Sahib Ambedkar becomes a Mahamanav, the great person, because in spite of going through such humiliation, not only that he did not say this, but he spent his entire life working in service to Mother India and working for the greatness of modern Mother India. And in addition to the basic reason that he is truly Mahamano, why and how could Baba Sahib Ambedkar do this? Is because, my dear friends, let us remember that during his school days, he came across two teachers who did not look at his caste. Two teachers during school days who gave him lot of love. It pains my heart to tell you that they were so-called upper caste people. But they did not look either at their own caste or the caste of their student. They were proud of this student. If the school inspector would come to the school, they would proudly tell them, he is the most intelligent student in my classroom. It pains my heart to tell you that probably the school won't let him drink water from the same container from which rest of the students were having their water. Or if he wanted water, they would ask him to sit outside the classroom and bring your own water container because your presence pollutes my classroom. Your presence pollutes the water. But these so-called upper caste teachers, they gave him love. They proudly told every school inspector that he is the most intelligent student in my classroom. They asked him to sit in the first row. They took that student, they took Chota Bhim, the little kid Bhim, to their own home. They were not rich money-wise, but those were the teachers who were richest in the world because they shared half a bhakri, half a piece of bread from the same from which they would feed their own kids. This little kid Bhim was deeply soaked in rain one day. The teacher took him to his own home, gave the clothes of his own kid, and Baba Sahib Ambedkar's biographer and colleague Dhananjay Keer has described how with even the mention of these two teachers, Baba Sahib Ambedkar's eyes would swell with tears. Ambedkar was to go to London to represent India in the second roundtable conference in 1932. So he was to start off from Mumbai. By that time, his teachers Pense and Ambadwekar had retired and settled in Mumbai. They came to know that their student has now reached such a great height that he is representing India. This is the greatest pleasure for a teacher. The greatest pleasure for a teacher is to see the student reach great heights. There is no pleasure greater than this. So Pense and Ambedkar came to meet Babasaheb Ambedkar in Mumbai, and Dhananjay Keer writes that Ambedkar was sitting in Sardar Gruha in Girgaon area, sitting on the second floor. A volunteer came running across steps saying, "Your teacher, who is now 80 years old, he was shaking. He has come to meet you." Dhananjay Keer writes that Ambedkar got up from the place. With even the mention of these teachers, Ambedkar's eyes were filled with tears, and then he walked downstairs, touched the feet of his teachers, and sought blessings. And the only thing I want to say, the only thing that matters, my dear friends, is let us be the teachers with whose mentions the students' eyes should be filled with tears. The teachers of that quality, the teachers who share love with the students. Knowledge is even at number 2. I am saying that our important job is to share love, to put compassion in the hearts, and that love, irrespective of caste, clan, religion, sex, etc., that they are my own kids. That teacher who thinks of all students like my own kids is the greatest teacher in the world. Then that teacher is a mother to the kids, and my appeal is, let us be mother to all the kids. This world filled with hatred, with violence, with all kinds of caste, clan, religion, etc., the answer is teachers in the lines of, say, Vivekananda, teachers who spread the message of love and compassion, with all technology, with all massive online open courses, with all digitization and all virtual classroom and all Wikipedia and internet. Yes, it is all required, and the face of education is changing. But with all these technological advances, there is no substitute for a teacher who can be a mother to all the students. No technology can substitute such an extraordinary quality teacher. And that, I think, is our greatest job, even in the changing times. Therefore, our civilization is based on these principles: Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, and Acharya Devo Bhava. If I am therefore to summarize, last 2 points I want to make, probably the greatest important points. First one is the very basic definition of education. Karad sir also reminded us of Swami Vivekananda. This is a definition extended by Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji says, education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. This is the definition of education. This is also our perspective toward human beings, that we are all perfect. We are born perfect. And there is no inequality, because that same Chaitanya, the same oneness that pervades the whole cosmos, the whole universe, we are expressions of that same Chaitanya, the same energy. Call that Chaitanya as Rama Krishna, call that Chaitanya as Vitthal, etc., call that Chaitanya as Allah or that God, it is all one, and we are manifestation of that one. But it is not just okay to be manifestation of that one. We need to realize that we are expressions of that one, and therefore all of us are one. That self-realization is education. When Swamiji says education is manifestation of perfection already in man, what is that perfection? That perfection is the divine element in all of us. And that divine element is one. Doesn't matter what name we address that divine element with. So even the task of education is to remind every student, every kid, that you are manifestation of that divine one. Look into yourself. Don't compare with somebody else. Every kid is valuable. every kid is intelligent. There is no caste system even in intelligence. And it's not like if a kid gets enough marks to say get admission to science first and then engineering and medical next, then only that kid is intelligent. And if some kid turns to, let us say, pure science, the research, the invention that Dr. Mashelkar sir was referring to, or let's say commerce and therefore business, economics, etc., or arts, and then history, political science, sociology, or literature, including say Marathi, Hindi, Urdu, Kannada literature, etc. All intelligence is manifestation of that same divine. But education means knowledge of the self. And if at all we are to restructure entire education to make it universal education, then the basic point on which this entire restructuring should happen is education based on knowledge of the self. That every kid is intelligent, but everyone's intelligence manifests in different paths. When Sachin Tendulkar plays excellent cricket, then it means his intelligence manifests through cricket. And Amitabh Bachchan's intelligence manifests through acting. And Lata Mangeshkar, Asha Bhosle, Parveen Sultan, Kishori Amonkar, and Pandit Bhimsenji, Jasraji, the list is unending. Their intelligence manifests through music, classical and all kinds of music. All of us are intelligent. All our students are intelligent. Our job and the job of educational system is to help that youngster find one's own intelligence and then achieve excellence and creativity in one's own chosen walk of life. So I'm trying in my own small way, the educational work I'm trying to do, and the direction of the future is to have restructuring of entire education based on this theme of knowledge of the self. And then this whole India that even I have this pleasure and honor to look at, and that makes me deeply thankful and grateful to Karad sir, to Rahul Karad for giving me this opportunity to be here. The comment which I'm choosing to conclude is, as teachers, what will be our job in restructuring this entire education on the basic principle of education means knowledge of the self. So I want to conclude by just mentioning 5 words, my friends. What is the job of a teacher? 5 words. But thanks to Buddha here, thanks to Gandhiji here, thanks to Vivekananda like everywhere, thanks to Indian ethos in educational thinking, the word of my choice for explaining these 5 words is Panchashil. I call this is the Panchashil of teachers. First one is to have command over the subject that we are going to teach. Extraordinary command over the subject. So the knowledge base in a teacher. Second word is, command is not okay. An excellent teacher also must have the skill of imparting that education. So it is about communication skill. It is about oratory and elocution. It is about capacity to have dialogue with the students. It is about helping them open up, feel free. Second of our Panchashil is skill in teaching. Then these first 2 also are not okay. Third principle is, we must be absolutely update in our own pursuit of knowledge. It's not like we had some degree, say in 1955 or 75 or 1995, and based on that degree I'm teaching. Then I'm not a good teacher. I must be so knowledgeable in my field that if new things are happening today I'm saying, if my field is history, and if there are new archaeological evidences at place called Rakhi Gadi in Haryana and Balathal in Hisar district of Haryana, which completely changes the interpretation of Indus Valley civilization. And the news items are coming like yesterday or day before. If I'm teaching history, my job is to be that update in my field of knowledge. So if it is with science, everything about Higgs boson, LIGO experiment and space-time gravitational waves started at the time of so-called Big Bang. As a good teacher, my job is to be absolutely update in my body of knowledge. If I am to teach one poem to the students, I should know the entire poet. Not just that poem by the poet, but I should know that entire poet. I should know the critique of that entire poem. If I'm going to sit in the classroom as a student, then it is okay for me to know that poem. But if I'm going to teach that poem standing over here to the classroom, then it's not okay to know just that poem. I must know the whole poet, whole critique of that poet, so that I can teach that poem extraordinarily well. That is the third principle, being absolutely update in our own field. Fourth principle is, first three also are not sufficient. They are necessary, but not sufficient. The fourth one is our ability to contribute new knowledge to our field. So it's not like we are just taking knowledge from previous generation and handing over to the new generation. We are there in between as teachers. Our job is to pick up knowledge from previous generations, apply our independent mind, enrich further the body of knowledge, and then hand it over to the new generation. So not only that we should be updated, we should be contributing 10, 20, 30 years of our experience in education. At the end of the day, we should be contributing to the body of knowledge. And then my last word, as polite as possible, I would say last word in education, the fifth one, with which I consciously started. In the light of that fifth word, all first four words also pale into insignificance. I'm going to say, if a teacher doesn't do first four things, but does the fifth thing, then that is an extraordinary teacher. The fifth and the most important principle in the Panchashil of teachers that I want to share with you is to unconditionally love all students. Love has to be our watchword. And if hundreds and thousands of teachers are out there in society spreading the message of love, then no amount of hatred or casteism or violence can ever win. We are the soldiers in this battle for love. And if we go out there loving all the students unconditionally, if not because that is a strategy, not because that is our profession, but because that is our character, that when I stand here looking at all the students, that my heart is filled with no emotion except love. And I look into the eyes of the kids, and I feel that deep love, that if I'm responsible for shaping these lives, I'm not doing any favor to the kids, that my life is fulfilled. So if the character itself becomes loving character, that a teacher is incarnation of love, then that is the best teacher following the best of the Panchashil, and let us all be the teachers who follow that Panchashil. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a few questions, sir. We'll just have a few questions that we have received.
Let us give a standing ovation to a man at the age of 35 who gave away his service of IAS and chosen to become a teacher in his lifetime. Thank you, Mr. Dharmadhikari. Thank you. What a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll just take a few questions because we have large number of audience available online on Twitter, Facebook, and everybody is watching us from all parts of the nation. We have received a question from Chennai. Mr. Shankar Ramakrishnan has asked a question from Chennai, and he's asking, how do you plan to take civil service training to the rural parts of the nation?
Shankar Ramakrishnan, all my best wishes to you too, as I said, and thanks to technology that you are able to ask me question. The very fact that you are asking me question and I'm answering that humanity has so far is there on the net. Our job is to make it available. For Khan Academy, there is Khan Academy on the net providing totally free education. And that started with this Professor Salman Khan in United States. That is not our actor Salman Khan. This is a Salman Khan who always wears full clothes. And sitting over there in USA, he had to teach his niece there in Bangladesh. He had to teach mathematics. So he had a problem, how am I going to teach her mathematics? So then sitting over there in USA, he developed a lesson, video recorded, put it on the net, and told his niece, please access this. That is the starting point of Khan Academy. And so many now experiments. So technology is the very answer. But I also want to, as briefly as possible, say one more thing. I do want to say that poverty is not, can never be, and we should ensure that poverty never becomes an impediment in developing a youngster who himself or herself is determined enough to develop. So I'm just telling you one small thing that I do in my own educational work. I have made a printed commitment to the society that fees are not compulsory, but discipline is compulsory. Commitment is compulsory. And without any help from government or something, I have developed a system. I tell the student or parents that okay, and no questions asked. And it doesn't matter which caste, class, religion, sex, which language, which region, etc., etc. Okay? I trust you, and you want to say that you have education at my place, but you can't afford it, okay? You are allowed. Huh? Take your education. Stand up in life and think of paying only after you become a respectable earning member in society. I do believe that that is an alternative for national policy. This is how we can carry all education, including education for civil service exams, right down to the village level.
Thank you, sir. I know there is paucity of time, but I have 3 questions, one from Delhi, Patna, and Kolkata. If you give us brief answers, I'll be able to take all.
Yeah, just 3.
The next question comes from Patna. Anjali Sinha asks, how to inspire people to take up teaching as profession?
Yeah. Would you ask all 3 simultaneously?
Simultaneously?
Yeah.
Okay. The next question comes from Kolkata, Nilotpal De, and he asks, what are the bureaucratic hurdles in reforming education? And the last one comes from Delhi. How availability of huge number of institutions, educational institutions, affect knowledge?
Okay. I will start with the third, and with your permission and with the permission of all our friends sitting all over India, even as I thank them, I'll be very brief with all 3 answers. But the third one first. India has this peculiar conflict of quality and quantity. That we are a massive nation, and if we are to talk of universal nation, universal education, then like we are 1.27 billion people who need to be educated. So there is this right to education, there is Right to Education Act. We need to invest massive capital into education. And we need to be very careful that quality and quantity are not inversely proportional to each other. So availability of lot of educational institutions, I'm saying that in fact enough number of educational institutions are still not available all over India. We need a lot more of them. India spends barely 3.85% of GDP on education. International norm says minimum expenditure on education, that is human resource development, should be 6% of GDP. So let us hope we reach there. Let us hope we have greater and greater investment in terms of money and better investment in terms of human resource. Then we can handle this of education, quality education at massive level. What are the bureaucratic hurdles? I am going to request everybody who is like watching this and who may ever watch this again to please forgive me for saying, it pains me to say that bureaucracy itself is the biggest hurdle in even education and all developmental projects. I'm sorry. We need a lot of reform in bureaucracy. The government, for even funding, education should be less and less dependent on government for all kinds of like license and have to be quality education. So I am asking for, through maybe all of us, I am praying for reducing government control on education, but it becomes a part of our responsibility also. If we want government interference reduced, then it means our job is to also ensure that, that education becomes self-dependent. I want to say that that's how ancient Indian education system was. We say Gurukul system. So what was Gurukul system? Used to have its own agricultural field. There were no fees. If at all a student wanted to pay something, then it was admission. That was voluntary. That was called Guru Dakshina. But Gurukuls were not dependent on state, capital S, that is government, because Gurukuls had their own source of income, and every youngster had to work in the field, irrespective of whether you are a prince or a pauper. You join this Gurukul, all of us are equal, and you have to work there. This is principle of dignity of labor. That would be the answer. And last one. I reserved it for last because there is one-line answer. How to inspire, okay? There can be a longish lecture. I'm not going to give that lecture. I'm going to tell you the answer that is simplest in words, difficult in action, but that is the happiest answer, and that is the most important answer, okay? How to inspire by ourselves being inspired. We inspire others. As we say, how to light a candle. Any candle, to light a candle must be enlightened first of all ourselves, okay? So let us lead by examples. Let us set an example, and candles will be lightened up. This Bharat Mata, this Dharti Mata will all be flourishing with our work. Thank you everybody. All the best to everybody.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया धर्माधिकारी जी, और आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा, प्रकाश का दीपक एक दूसरे से मिलकर जलता है, और ऐसे ही प्रकाश के दीपक यहाँ से जलें, इसी की कामना के साथ हम यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। और इस सत्र में हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, और आपकी जानकारी के लिए ये बताना चाहेंगे कि इसी प्रकार के रोचक सत्र आने वाले 2 दिनों में भी आपके साथ प्रस्तुत करेंगे, विचारों की गंगा को बहाएंगे और उसमें अंजलि भरकर अपने साथ हमेशा के लिए ले जाएंगे। तो आने वाले सत्रों के लिए भी आप तैयार रहिए, कल और परसों भी। और फिलहाल हम इस सत्र में हमारे देश के अध्यापकों को न सिर्फ देश में बल्कि विदेशों में भी शैक्षिक कार्य के लिए उन्होंने अपने देश का नाम रोशन किया है, और ऐसे ही एक विशिष्ट प्राध्यापक हैं प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन जी, जो कि फैकल्टी हैं स्कूल में, और इस समय वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के ज़रिए यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के बॉस्टन से हमसे सीधे जुड़ेंगे अपनी बात रखने के लिए। राहुल जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन जी बॉस्टन से, अमेरिका से, हम फाइनेंशियल अकाउंटिंग यूनिट के चेयर और चेयरमैन ऑफ एकेडमिक काउंसिल MIT स्कूल ऑफ बिजनेस से, प्रोफेसर एमिरेट्स इन स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट MIT, शुक्रगुजार हैं प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन जी के कि उन्होंने वक्त निकाला हमारे लिए, और इस फर्स्ट नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस में आप हमारे साथ यहाँ शामिल होने के लिए जा रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल से कुछ पलों की देरी है, और उसके साथ ही हमसे रूबरू होंगे प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन। और आज का जो हमने विषय उठाया है इस सत्र का, पास्ट, प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर ऑफ इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम, इसके बारे में उनके क्या कुछ व्यूज़ हैं हमारे साथ साझा करेंगे। अ वेरी वार्म वेलकम सर, प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन। तालियों के साथ स्वागत, अभिनंदन उनका।
Vijay, I hope you see me. What a fantastic, I think, from morning, very beautiful sessions are going on. What a wonderful audience here, all the teachers from different parts of the country. Very beautifully they have participated since morning. Such a wonderful attentiveness, I must tell you. And very, very inspiring environment. I think slightly you can see from the screen. But personally, if you would have been here, I think you would have enjoyed. But I'm thankful that you are there from the United States. You are talking to all the respected teachers coming from different faculties of higher education, engineering, medicine, from all the faculties and from all the 30 states, the teachers have come. So on the stage, there are various other respected people. So without taking much time, you know the subject, and you are such an important professor who taught for the last 15 years in Harvard Business School. Before that, he is a product of IIM Ahmedabad, and after that in Stanford, he did his PhD. and Purdue and various other institutions, the most, the dynamic teacher who taught me rather when I was in Harvard Business School. Thank you. I hand over to you, Vijay. Thank you very much.
Sound, please.
For giving me the opportunity to speak. I haven't addressed this many teachers in one shot, so I feel I should start by saying Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha, and we are doing this on September, the month of Teachers Day. Honor and pleasure to talk to you. I want to talk to you sort of taking a business perspective. I'm a professor in school, and I want to start from a business perspective. Our economy is the fastest growing economy in the world today, having overtaken China. It's growing at a very fast rate. But fast as it's growing, it's not growing fast enough to lift the millions, hundreds of millions of people in poverty that we have in India today. And that is the potential of educators like you. So if we can move a growth rate from 7% to maybe 10% or 13%, we can lift hundreds of millions of people into prosperity in India. And businesses can do that, but only if they have skill. So we need more engineers, more doctors, more accountants, more physicians. We need training and skills in all the sectors, and that's what's going to lift India out of poverty. But that you already knew. I'm not telling you something you don't know. But I want to tell you that it's not just the numbers of people that need to be educated, and therefore your task as teachers, our task as teachers, is the most important task facing the country. But there is another angle to this education that we need to think about. The first thing I'd like to emphasize today about what we need to do in India is to change our education into a more liberal education. What is liberal education? We are very
Professor Vijay, can I ask you to stop for a minute? I think you are not audible here. Sorry for that. I think some connectivity issue. I think you can hear us, but we can't. I think there is a call. Vijay, I can't hear you at all. I think there is some issue. Last half a minute, we could not hear what you said. No. Hello. Hello, hello. Vijay, you can hear me. Am I right? Surprising, we can't hear you. Maybe for next, maybe 10-15 seconds, we will try. Now we can hear. Vijay, can you just say something?
I think there is some technical difficulty.
We can't.
We'll try and fix it as quickly as possible. We will get back to you. I'll ask my technical team to sort out the issue meanwhile. But let me take this opportunity.
Just give 10-15 seconds. We will wait for half a minute. Let us see.
Sure, sir.
What Mr. Ambekar is taking care? Is it happening? Mr. Ambekar and this team, they are taking care. Okay,
working.
please see. Vijay, you can speak maybe a little bit. Oh, no, I think. Oh, no, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Vijay. They are doing something? Technical team, what are the instructions from them? How long will it take? Just ask them quickly. Hello, Vijay.
So now trying to connect him over the phone line. The video feed we'll get from here, but his voice will reach us through a phone line.
Okay.
So that would be fixed in a second or two.
Okay.
And we'll be getting Professor V.G. Narayan online.
No, we can't hear. We can't hear you, Vijay. Hello, hello. Maybe after some time we try to connect Vijay back.
Yes, we'll try
Vijay,
again.
I think we all are quite keen to listen to you. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, the Padma Bhushan, he is just here, the eminent scientist, and he is also a very important speaker today, and he's just going to take a charge of the mic. But in between, if we get connected, I'll be happy if you can wait for some time. There is a huge audience have come from different parts of the country, or around 4,000 to 5,000 teachers. It will be fantastic. I appreciate that you are awake there for all of us. Thank you so much. So we'll get back to you. Thank you.
थोड़ा सा व्यवधान, लेकिन माफ़ी के साथ कोशिश करेंगे एक बार दोबारा से हम जुड़ पाएँ नारायणन जी के साथ, और फिलहाल हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारे बीच जाने माने वैज्ञानिक मौजूद हैं, मंच पर विराजमान मौजूद हैं, परम सुपर कंप्यूटर्स के जनक कहलाए जाते हैं, चेयरमैन हैं बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स IIT दिल्ली के। उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर हम नज़र डालेंगे। मेरी मुराद आप समझ गए हैं। डॉक्टर विजय पी भटकर जी, उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर नज़र और उसके संबोधित करेंगे।
A scientist, philosopher, educator, educationist, author, articulator, thinker and thought leader, researcher and innovator. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, is one of the internationally acknowledged scientists and an eminent IT leaders of India. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar developed the first Indian supercomputer, the Param 8000. He is a Padma Shri awardee. He also received the Saint Gyaneshwar World Peace Prize from the World Peace Center for promoting synthesis of science and spirituality in the service of humanity. He is among the star pioneers who shaped India's IT industry with supercomputing capacity and infrastructure as its crowning glory. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is the chairman of Board of Governors of IIT Delhi, chairman of ETH Research Lab, founder, chancellor and chief mentor of Chancellor of D.Y. Patil University, National President of Vijayana Bharati, a people's science movement of over 6,000 scientists across India. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar has authored and edited over 12 books and 80 technical and research papers. Currently, Dr. Bhatkar is working on exascale supercomputing. Dr. Bhatkar is also widely known for bringing the technology covering India's 22 official regional languages with 10 diverse scripts. He also Education to Home, ETH, that brought e-learning to school education, which changed the dimensions of conventional Indian education system. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar.
तो सादर आमंत्रित करते हैं डॉक्टर विजय पी भटकर जी।
before I begin, I would like to offer my prayers, my veneration, my obeisance to the goddess of nature, Saraswati. I think it has been extremely appropriate, very appropriate, that the first National Teachers Congress or any discussion, any articulation, any thoughts on education as per a great tradition of which we talk again and again, the great culture of our Mother India. And I consider myself extremely fortunate that I got birth. I was born in this great country. Really, Professor Karad often talks about it. We all talk about it. And we began with the prayers to this goddess of knowledge. And after that, we talked about the glory of teacher. We may not see it in action sometimes. But we must pause as teachers. I'm also a teacher, and I consider myself more like a student than a teacher, but such is the glory of this word called teacher, that in this culture, it has been equated or elevated more than God. And we said often that echoed again and again, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara. He is the creator. He creates me. The teacher actually creates any aspiring learner. He sustains me. That Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, and finally liberates me. Nay, he himself is what we call the total divinity, Guru Sakshat Parar Brahma. I think when we utter these words, not only utter, we as teachers, I as teacher, when I get up early in the morning or get up, I must pause. And there is a tradition like that. I must meditate and remember, at least for a few moments, as a teacher, what role I have to play. That has been given to me. And I have been greatly bestowed with great blessings that I have become a teacher. And therefore, I carry a great responsibility to the day, to the moments that follow in the day. If we remember this, then of course we'll transform ourselves, we'll transform our students, we'll transform the society, we'll transform the nation, and we'll transform the world in which we are born with. I have seen, I've been silently sitting there, one after another. Some of the most, I would say, cherished, profound, penetrating, impacting words have been spoken on this platform. There's no doubt about that. If at all really envelop our heart in the true sense. I was listening to the speech of Dr. Avinash Dharmadhikari. our students, more than our children, more than anything else. And he gave the example of Mahamano Dr. Ambedkar before us. I remember a story. I suddenly, as he was speaking, that story came before me. Recently, and I think this has come before me recently. I know the great scientist Albert Einstein, of which I think we are greatly inspired. Professor Karad often, my dear friend, brother, talks about it. And Einstein, he wrote to his daughter, and he says that, dear, all these decades when I'm in Princeton, I came to US, I was searching for the right force of the universe. I struggled and struggled, and we succeeded someday. You know, the unification of the force of gravitation, the force of electromagnetism, the weak force and the strong force. And scientists are still grappling with this unification problem. He said, toward the end of life, I get a flash that there is such a unified force. I don't believe in God, he said. There is such a unified force. And that force is the force of love, which I could not give you, my daughter. That is the force. And Avinash Dharmadhikari mentioned about that force. So that I think the most important characteristic of a good teacher should be is love towards the learners, the students. And that love is a very different nature. Second is the love for knowledge. I have seen in my life, we search for happiness here, there, these things. Search in many things. And we don't find it. It eludes us. I get something. I want to get a job. I want to get a degree. I want to get papers published. I want recognition. I get a job. I want a house. I want a car. I want a family. And still, happiness eludes us. But I found one thing, experientially I can tell, happiness of knowledge. When you start learning something, the happiness that you get from knowledge, and not just knowledge, supreme knowledge, of course that I'm not talking, is something which cannot describe in anything else. And that's why our ancestors, our rishis, they advise us that love knowledge. In fact, of the civilizations, we mention again and again of Indian civilization. We talk about that, why this civilization has endured. We talked, we are the youngest nation of the world. But what is the contributor to that? That contributor to that is the family system which we endured. Because of our civilization, inherited, and the reason behind it. So ours is the knowledge base, really truly knowledge base, where most profound questions were asked. Not just any question. First question is, who am I? I think Avinash talked about it. Who am I? I want to know this, everything else. All subjects of different kind, is different manifestations. But I don't want to know, who am I? That is a great tragedy. This civilization asked that question. Go home. Who am I? Where am I going? What is the purpose of my life? What is the purpose? I'm doing this, so many things, but what is the purpose of my life? माझ्या जीवनाचा प्रयोजन काय आहे? I never asked that question. We have so many things in business schools and other schools. So, what is this world? which I perceive, how I perceive. Why do I get joy? And why I feel this suffering? The question Mahatma Buddha asked. This one. I think we need to understand these are the fundamental questions before we become teachers. So many things can be said, but this civilization asks these questions. And it is the duty of every teacher to ask these questions to oneself. And these answers have been given. And there have been great teachers. If at all Indian civilization, we have a string of citizens, teachers, great teachers who try to answer these questions. If you have to move, if the education reforms are required, or I think we'll have to visit what is it on what is education? We talk, I think some question we discussed that it is educing the perfections already within you. That is what Swami Vivekananda said. It is already within you. It can be scientifically proven. Every child is endowed, or each one of us is endowed with that perfection. If at all the teachers know how to educe that is education, that perfection. I think so many things have been taught. Honorable CM, I think very passionately. I think I'll move to something else now, and which I think we gave interest to for this conference, should be in this conference. We talked about the importance of education. If at all we as people or the governments recognize that if one thing is very important for any society or nation, it is education. But we don't recognize that as a very important ministry or department or this one nothing. But education is the most important issue. And if in practical terms, a conference like this, pragmatic term, what Rahul talked about it, is that we want to make a resolution. We blame our education policies for school education, for higher education, for this and that, this one. But since we are converged together as teachers in large numbers here with different experiences, with great people around here like Dr. Kakodkar, Dr. Mashelkar, and many other people, Professor Karad, we always have thoughts on education. If at all my education policy were like this, if at all it would be like this. I would like to say, Professor Karad, that can now this conference, Professor Sapkar is there, many vice chancellors are here. Let's not think like that. We blame government, policies made by somebody, bureaucrats, etc. But as Dr. Kakodkar said, that there was a committee by the previous government. Dr. Kakodkar was the chairman for that, and Dr. Mashelkar was there, I was there, many people were there, Professor Ram Takole and Professor Arun Nigvekar, and a policy framework was made. Not that it was perfect. Some framework was created with a lot of effort, and this was circulated across. And when the report was submitted, I told the governor right here in Pune that will this report just now see, like other reports, some dust in some cabinet. And that precisely happened, in the sense it was not implemented, not taken for implementation. I think let's look at that report. There have been other reports, there have been many things which happened. Can Maharashtra create a model higher education? That is the only thing. I will just finish with that. In this conference, taking that as a first prototype, can we create a good higher education policy, which is a creation of many teachers converging together in this first National Teachers Congress? The purpose of Congress is generally like this, that to create a different thought, different courses, a new path before us. If we can create such a policy, as spoke and Young passionately about it, and we submit that this is something which we want, which could be taken as a possible model in a dynamically evolving open model, and if implemented, perhaps we'll make a some good strides, quantum leap in higher education, which can be taken model for the entire country. My aspiration, my expectation is this kind of actionable things, not only a philosophy, but an actionable policy created for teachers and their loving students, so on, by which a great society or a great Maharashtra, as we say, can be made in the coming years. We said that we want to be Vishwaguru. The first thing is that, can I be a guru, good guru myself? If there are great gurus which we can create, then I'm sure, and this is destined, this is going to happen in this century. Because this, I'm telling you, this is going to happen. This is the call of the times. The question is that what role I am going to play, what role we are going to play in this whole process. So I think that my time is up. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to stand before you. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर विजय भटकर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके विचारों के लिए। और अब एक बार फिर से हम रुख करेंगे बॉस्टन अमेरिका का, जहां हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन जी जुड़े हैं। कोशिश करते हैं एक बार फिर से उनसे संपर्क साधें और उनकी बात जो बीच में रह गई थी वो उसे पूरा करें। प्रोफेसर वीजी नारायणन।
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me this time.
Yes.
Okay, I can hear myself, so I know the audio is working. So I'll try again a second time. I'll continue. I will not bore you by reintroducing myself. I will continue from where I left off. I was trying to emphasize the need for liberal thinking and liberal education in India. So what do you mean by liberal thinking? What do you mean by liberal education? Imagine you're flying in a plane at 30,000 feet and you're looking down to see the earth. You will see the mountains, you will see the rivers, you will see the coast, you will see big features, you might even see some large buildings. But you're not going to see the small bumps in the road, the potholes in the road, the ups and the downs. Perspective has, distance and perspective has the impact of minimizing small ups and downs. In the same way, if you are taking yourself and thinking at a high level, the little differences among people that we see will go away. So let me give you an example of what is happening in India right now and how liberal thinking might help us there. You know, last year there were floods in Chennai, my hometown, and it affected everyone. It affected the rich, it affected the poor. And what was amazing for me to see for the first time in floods of this size anywhere in the world was how the local population was helping itself. Yes, we got excellent help from the Indian Army, the government was also very good, but what was truly remarkable was how the people of, you know, the local people helped themselves, they organized themselves, they used the internet, they used the social media. But even more impressive than that was that large groups of youngsters from Kerala and Karnataka came to Chennai. And they didn't come there for making themselves very famous. In fact, whenever that somebody tried to put them on the internet, they're like, no, but to do service. It is important to think about which states they came from. They came from Kerala and they came from Karnataka. But today, see what is happening between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. They are fighting over the Kaveri River water. So it seems that whenever we have a crisis, we come together as a country and we are able to help each other. But without a crisis, it brings out the worst in us. So isn't it possible that we can higher level and try at the 30,000 foot level where you're not thinking yourself as a Tamilian or from Karnataka or from Kerala, and see whether we have a very good artists. But you need breadth. You need to be able to know your own history of your country, of your state, of your people, and the history of the world. And history is just one subject. You need to know the literature of the world. And when you expand your horizons and learn about people all over the world, again, these small differences will not become so large. So someone who is, you right now think of you as your worst enemy or taking away your water or taking away your land, given the context of history, if you spoke their languages, these kind of minor differences would go away. So the idea of liberal thinking and liberal education, I think, is very important, and teachers play an extremely important role in inculcating liberal thinking in people. Another aspect that we need for India to think about is creative education. Creativity is important. In India, people have become excellent at rote learning. So you give a math quiz, you give a test, and that's because we have been tested constantly in our lives with, exams, quarterly exams, half-yearly exams, final exams, 10 standard, 12 standard, IIT entrance, CAT entrance, IIM entrance. All of these, we have been constantly tested. So we have become very good at test taking. But this doesn't, we should not confuse test taking with education. Education you need to have people who can think differently, not just based on sort of what has been provided to them already, but apply it to think more broadly. How do you build this kind of creative thinking? From a young age, we need to start having students work in teams, to do projects, to discover things for themselves, not only by reading what's in the books or what the teacher told them, but to discover scientific facts for themselves, and to have the ability to communicate this scientific whatever they learn through observation and hypothesis testing, to be able to communicate to others. This kind of scientific thinking will emerge only with experiential learning, where students are able to do projects and be creative about it, because we need to have this kind of scientific thinking in our society. It leads into a third aspect. So apart from liberal thinking and creative thinking, we also need to balance sort of our pride in our past. I find when I come and talk to people in India, a lot of them belong in two extreme camps. On one camp, the people put anyone who's come from USA or UK or Australia to put them on a pedestal, as if, you know, people go abroad and suddenly become like, you know, received wisdom. We need to have pride in our own country. We need to have pride what our own history, what we have accomplished over thousands of years, long before any of these colonies, countries like Australia and America were even found, Canada were even founded. We have greatness in our past. So we need to take legitimate pride in our own past. But we also need to balance, and so we have a camp of people who put anyone from abroad on a pedestal and sort of dismiss anyone that's local. So that is a problem. So why is it that anything, you know, whether it's Hollywood music or Hollywood movies, or whether it's something, you know, anything that's being said by an Indian scientist doesn't get front page news, but someone from abroad comes and says it, we put it on the front page. So that's one problem. The other side, there are people who reject anything that's from abroad, who are so xenophobic that says, no, it was not invented here, so none of this applies. We need balance. We need balance to be able to past, be happy about it, but also take the best of ideas that come from other parts of the world, anywhere where it might come from. It might come from China, it might come from Africa. And when we look at our own, like I say, balance the pride that we take in our past, our own history, the things that have been accomplished in India, because we have the greatest scientists, we have the greatest warriors who have come from India. But we also need to be critical and say there are certain things that we have practiced in the past that are not very scientific. And the new knowledge tells us those practices are not good for society. And we need to be able to have the ability to change it, rather than say, our forefathers did it, therefore it must be right. So this kind of balance between sort of taking pride in our past, but also having some critical thinking where we're willing to make changes in our society becomes important. So in all of these things, in terms of taking pride in our past, but also balancing it with a critical scientific temperament, in terms of creative thinking, in terms of liberal thinking, teachers, professors have a very crucial role to play. So let's now turn to the question about how do we create the next generation of teachers. In the past, if you look at it, why would someone become a teacher in India? Very, very, if you go back, maybe hundreds of years, it might have been driven by your caste system. Today, that's not the case. We are not driven by the caste system as to why we choose to become teachers. But it's still our ethos and values that society puts teachers on a pedestal. We put parents and our teachers on equal footing, and that's extremely important. But as we go further and as we progress, that by itself is not going to be enough. And why is this important? If you look at a farmer in India, and my father grew groundnuts, peanuts in south of Chennai. So I come from a farming tradition, and we always used to save the best groundnuts for next year. We will not the market, because this year's, if the best of the best is saved, then next year's crop will be very good. Teachers are the best of the best. The next generation depends on the teachers. So we need to attract the smartest and become the next generation of teachers. So your role as teachers is to spot talent and to inspire them to be the next generation of teachers. So if you ask me what is the biggest challenge facing India today, I will say it is the shortage of good qualified teachers. We can build all the bridges that we have to build. We can build all the airports that we want, and that's important. We can build all the ports that we want, that's very important. The railways, the high-speed trains, we can build all of that, and we will do all of that. But if we don't invest in having the best teachers teaching the next generation, we would have failed in sort of the soft infrastructure. And the soft infrastructure in the long run is more important than the hard infrastructure that I'm talking about. It's really important that we attract the best people, pay them well so that the best and the brightest will come, and train them well, because apart from having good technical skills, a good teacher also needs to have empathy for the students to see what is it that they're understanding, what is it that they're not understanding, and to change the way they teach it in response to what the own model, not copy the model in China where everything is state-owned, or by America where a lot of the leading universities, but India needs its own model of higher education where the government competes with the private sector. And it should be a fair competition, which means all the hurdles and the bureaucracy that the government puts in the way of private institutions should be removed. Instead, the efforts are focused on leading by example. If the best education is provided by a private or public university, let the students choose where they want to go. Now, there is certainly a role for the government in making sure there is high quality and to make sure there is full disclosure of information. But I would say what is really holding us back is the regulations. How is it that a Babu sitting in Delhi knows whether the demand is for branch X or branch Y? You have 60 seats that are approved for marketing in a business school, or 60 seats that are approved for finance. Marketplaces change very fast. You need to give the freedom to the universities to be able to react to the changes in market conditions. Someone sitting in Delhi will not be able to react fast enough. Why there is a need for regulation? Because a lot of times that there are people have been feel that they have been cheated or they have been collected money in the front end. But competition takes care of all the growing up in Tamil Nadu. It is very difficult to get an engineering seat. So it was again dividing the society, forward caste, backward caste, quotas, reservations, things like that. Today, 40,000 engineering seats go unfilled. There's nobody is talking about reservation and quotas for engineering colleges because there's a supply. So it's this scarcity mindset that divides us from each other. If we created an abundance, what you would have is that the best institutions, and I see evidence of that. The local television channels, the vernacular television channels in Tamil, they have ratings of the engineering colleges by district. And they say, in this district, in mechanical engineering, this is the best university. How do they find out? They go survey the parents, they survey the teachers, they survey the recruiters, and they come up with these surveys. Competition will take care if we can remove all the obstacles that we put in the way of educators. So let me summarize and recap what I have to say. Our demographic dividend is spectacular. We are growing so fast, but our ability to grow even faster hinges crucially on higher education. And you have a vital role to play. I hope you'll consider thinking about making our education more liberal, more creative, and balancing the pride for our history with sort of a more scientific temperament. And I hope the government will also facilitate this by setting a good example and getting out of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor V.G. Narayanan. We have a question from podium number 1. We give opportunity to the teachers to ask questions directly. And we have a question for you from podium number 1. Ms. Hemanti Katti would be asking the question. A quick question and a quick answer because there is a paucity of time. Please go ahead, Hemanti.
What are your takes on allowing campuses of foreign universities in India? Will the foreign universities be able to uphold Indian ethos and values?
Excellent question. I think what we should do in India is a two-step process. What we need to do is open up Indian education to foreign students first. What do I mean by that? There are lots of students all over the world who'd love to come to India for an education. We have not tapped into that market. It serves two. What's going to happen is that and as the previous speaker mentioned this, a lot of the education has moved online. People are able to get education from other countries, whether it's Khan Academy or MOOCs, that they're able to get an education. This idea of coming with the physical presence of foreign university may be dated by technology. The second part of your question is, will they appreciate and value, instill Indian values? I don't think automatically, that will not happen automatically. Therefore, the onus is on us to keep our own values alive and to make sure that we hold foreign universities accountable to follow the Indian rules and play by the Indian playbook, because we have adapted a certain culture. And while we want the knowledge and the technical training, I don't think we are here about culture into India. So let there be a free market. If they allow our Indian values to be able to compete with any culture that a foreign university might be able to bring, then there is no harm in that. But we have to be vigilant and we have to be careful.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor V.G. Narayanan. A big round of applause, please. A big round of applause for Professor V.G. for joining us all the way from Boston. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you. And before we go, a quick recap that what we are going to have tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day. Tomorrow we are going to have many people of eminence with us. Professor Ashutosh Ghosh, Talayogi Pandit Suresh Talwalkar ji. Tomorrow we are going to witness the speech of His Holiness Swami Ramdev ji, the spiritual leader and the founder of Patanjali. We are going to have Dr. Jagdish Hiremat ji with us. We are also going to have Maulana Kabir Rushad Rizvi ji, Jabbar Patel ji, Varun Sahani ji. We are going to have Dr. Jaiprakash Narayan ji, Shri Ravi Shankar ji. So tomorrow's day is full of excitement and jam-packed day. So please be there tomorrow as well. Thank you. Over to you.
तो जैसे कि गौतम ने बताया, दिन अभी बाकी हैं, 2 दिन हमारे पास हैं, नए सत्र हमारे साथ हैं। सुबह में 9:30 बजे हमारा ये सत्र शुरू हो जाएगा। आप सभी से निवेदन करेंगे कि 9 बजे सभी लोग अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। जैसे कि हमने आपसे पहले कहा कि ये विचारों का मंथन का ये दौर चल रहा है और यहाँ विचार सभी के हैं। हम विशिष्ट वक्ताओं को आपने सुना जो महान टीचर्स रहे हैं और हमारे साथ हैं जो आज भी पढ़ा रहे हैं अलग अलग विश्वविद्यालयों में, कॉलेजेस में। मंच पर ऐसे ही 2 टीचर्स हमारे साथ हैं। उनके विचार जानने के लिए कहाँ हैं, जो कि वेस्ट बंगाल से आती हैं, उन्हें सुनेंगे हम। आइए देखते हैं कि आज के सत्र के बारे में उनके क्या विचार हैं।
Nahi Gyanen Sadasam Pavitra Miha. Here in this world, there is nothing as pure as knowledge. With this quote, I, Dr. Sonali Shaha, from West Bengal, take this privilege to wish a very warm evening to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. On Koti Koti Pranam to all the gurus. Well, education in India has many facets, many of which have been frozen by different institutions from the historic times to the present day. Talking about history, the education system existed in old India was unique, and some of its components and underlying principles are still found in places in the country. On the other hand, contemporary education are more or less fashioned as per the Western education models and systems. Well, there is 2 unique things about the education in India. The diversity represented in the content, that contains further different elements like tradition, culture, language, dialect, etc. And the second unique thing, popularly that has evolved over several years into a unique entity. Let's move on to education in the past. A well-established education system existed in ancient India, and as we all know, an education system. The subjects which were taught in Gurukul, from Vedic mathematics, astronomy, astrophysics, very importantly, medicine and science. Well, there were certain old Brahminical schools where theology, philosophy, arts, military education, and etc. were taught. But the only drawback of these Brahminical schools were the children from high society were only allowed to receive the education. As we all know, the Asian schools in India were mostly residential schools where gurus and the pupils stayed together, until the education is complete. There were no books, no medium of recordings, of passing over the knowledge. Whatever was taught verbally. If we move on in medieval times, new elements got fused in education system as foreign invaders brought with them their culture, their lifestyle. And at the same period, the growing influence of Islam led to establishment of as well. Again, the education primarily focused on theology. Basically, there were two types of schools, the Vedic schools and the madrasas. And we move on to the colonial period. The more emphasis was on English schools. British officials made English language as necessary to the Indian officials. Now, if we move towards the modern education, from theology to science to technology. British left India in 1947, but the system remained, though some reforms were incorporated into it. The popular school system, formal education, progressive learning, and higher studies were still there. And in the post-independence period, the government, renowned educationists, social scientists, and the leaders stressed more on Indian education system. But nowadays, there were still some differences because both Western and our Indian models mixed up to shape altogether into a different entity. Thus, just lastly, I would like to say, if you educate a man, you educate a man. If you educate a woman, you educate a generation. And the same thing said by Narendra Modi ji. Education does not mean knowledge. It contains a life in it. It is not merely means of livelihood. It is a precious treasure of the noble tradition of giving. So, Beti Bachao, Beti Badhao. And lastly, I would like to conclude here with a small message for the students. कभी अपनी सपनों की दुनिया को हकीकत की दुनिया तो दिखाओ, कभी अपने सपनों को हकीकत की दुनिया तो दिखाओ, खुद को इस दुनिया में आजमाओ, इस दुनिया में सबसे अलग अपनी पहचान बनाओ. Teachers are one who aspires students to inspire others for the better passion to drive. We will definitely going to achieve pathway to excellence. Thank you, and thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर सोनाली साहब. इस मंच से, नेशनल टीचर्स कांग्रेस के इस मंच से हम आपकी तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं डॉक्टर सोनाली शाह जो हमारे साथ वेस्ट बंगाल से जुड़ी हैं कांग्रेस के माध्यम से. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और अब हम आमंत्रित करेंगे डॉक्टर अल्पना कुलकर्णी जी जो कि महाराष्ट्र से ही आती हैं, अपनी बात रखेंगे, सत्र के बारे में अपने विचारों को रखेंगी. डॉक्टर अल्पना कुलकर्णी.
Winston Churchill has said no future. This quote is so aptly applicable to the Indian education system. Friends, I, Alpana Kulkarni, from Maharashtra Institute of Pharmacy, wishes to pose few questions. Are we not coming across with various issues related to education system? Do we not carry feeling of losing battle sometimes? In my cause of all these problems is that we are ignoring our original Indian education system. Please allow me to elaborate my point with few examples. In the past, Indian education system used to emphasize a lot on abstract thinking. Our ancestors were really best at imagination of different ideas and their impact. Otherwise, Indians would not have been able to contribute zero to mathematics, would not have thought of writing. Probably, Ayurveda would not have seen the light of the day. Present education system emphasizes on learning through doing and experiencing. This demands for more resources, turning the education system costlier and thereby accessible to the large section of the Indian society. We Indians are always conditioned to give importance to the society over individuals. Partially, the Indian education system is responsible for this. In the past, education system in India that new generations learn the importance of giving back to the society and imbibe this concept in the minds of younger generation in early lives. However, I am not against the present education system at all. One, it allows an individual to choose one's field of own interest. This helps them identify their true potential and accomplish the achievements in their future lives. Second, the present education system allows a variety of fields to choose from. The present Indian education system has enough room to accommodate the new streams of education that are available. My friends, the teaching methodology has already started changing. In the days to come, newer ways to approach to the students like e-learning, distance education, virtual will be find increasing acceptance. However, the role of teacher remains essential as it is, and that is to achieve the pursue excellence. Swami Vivekananda has rightly summarized it in one line that the idea of all education, all teaching is man-making. I thank the Honorable Dais and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर कुलकर्णी और इस नंदन डॉक्टर अल्पना कुलकर्णी का आपकी तालियों के बीच आपके विचारों के लिए धन्यवाद। एनटीसी ऐप लॉन्च किया आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने। क्या है ये एनटीसी के बारे में बताने के लिए संक्षेप में डॉक्टर RM चिटनिस जी आ रहे हैं MIT SOM कॉलेज मिडसॉम कॉलेज के। Dr. Chitnis.
Dignitaries on the dais and eminent professors, chancellors in the gathering. This app is downloadable from Google App Store. Right now also you can do it. Just go to Google App Store and then search there NTC 2016. Moment you search it, it will appear on your search results, and then click it and say download. It's a free app which enables you to connect with all those who are registered here in this particular National Teachers Congress. Ask you, which are the 10 different areas which are given in the app would entice you in terms of teacher-to-teacher connect, which will happen after 5 to 10 minutes from now in the first 2 buildings when you enter side of MIT campus. And it will go on for another 1.5 hours. Today, you will pick up a topic and then discuss with your fellow colleagues about the topics, what are the challenges. And tomorrow, again, you will repeat with the same group and you will think about the solutions together and would be given to the policymakers as one of the important documents. Once you download that particular app, which is, I repeat again for your information, NTC space 2016. It will ask you, please register. The registration is simple. It will take not less than 30 seconds. And it will ask your email ID. Please give your personal email ID in case tomorrow if you change your job and go to some other college, your personal email ID may remain same. And then write your password, email password, and then that's all is the registration. I again repeat, it's a NTC 2016 app which will enable you to connect with all the registered participants in this Pendal. And it will also take you to the teacher-to-teacher connect program which will happen 15 to 20 minutes from now. And this particular will be extension of your association with NTC round a year. We will be meeting again in the next September after concluding 3 days conclave here. The technology, as earlier speakers have said, you will be connected to with each other for entire 1 year, and thereby you will be good news for you. This Pendol has a free Wi-Fi, so in case you want to download, it doesn't take more than 30 to 45 seconds. Smartphone, it's an Android application, it's a free application, and then just go to Google Play Store. First click on your Google Play Store. There is a free Wi-Fi right now, and then once you click on Google Play Store, you will have a search on the top of your mobile phone. Just write NTC 2016, then click, and then it will ask you yes, and then within 45 seconds from now, you will be directly connected with all the teachers who are downloaded this particular app. Now, there is another availability of this particular app is that you can also suggest your ideas. It is said that every day, brand new ideas your mind, and if you want to forecast or publish or post it, instead of putting on a WhatsApp, which is limited to that particular group of 256, whereas this app would be downloaded by not less than 5,000 professors who will be attending this particular.
हमारे बीच चेयरमैन ऑल इंडिया बोर्ड ऑफ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च इन इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, हेड केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट, SGB, अमरावती यूनिवर्सिटी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर VS सपकाल जी मौजूद हैं। गुजारिश करेंगे कि वो आएं और हमें संबोधित करें। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर VS सपकाल।
Learned dais and participants. As you know that this session is about past, present and future of Indian education system. I think all of us, we are aware about almost all the aspects of past Indian education system. I will speak only for present and future, bringing from the, of course, experience from the past. All are here for higher education sector. As you know today, I would like to put forward for your thought process some statistical data. You know, in our country, the school education has enrollment number about 24 crores. That means the children going to the school, they are up to the tune of 24 crores, but out of which only 3.5 crores students migrate to higher education. The structure of the society is the one which is developing fast, but should have the component from the education of the society. And as you know that, this is a big challenge for present higher education sector. In this, then we should be able to cater the needs of higher education. And what are the challenges today? If you see, we have in our country 45 central universities, 32 NITs, and IITs, 16 IIMs, but of course 40,000 colleges. But imagine still today, what is the outcome of present education system? When we want to change the existing system, we should analyze the outcome of the present education system. As always said that not a single university or institution is top 200, if not 200 in the international ranking. Our research outcomes from this educational system do not meet the expectation of industries in terms of technology, in terms of confident technology, which is a guarantee. Our patent ratio, if patents, is very, very less. Every year we file something like 20,000 patents, out of which only 2,000 patents are awarded and won by them. Imagine what is the outcome of this education system, and as you know that we have large number of out, but they say that they are only 30% employable. In the international ranking, our research outcomes from this educational system do not meet the expectation of industries in terms of technology, in terms of confident technology, which is a guarantee. Our patent ratio, if you see, patents is very, very. Okay, I continue. If we want to really change the present scenario, we need to contribute in framing the new education policy. And the role of teacher is not only to teach or inspire students, but also contribute in the new education policy. Education policy draft is already put on the website of MHRD, and up to 30th of September, the inputs or the suggestions are invited. It's my firm belief that the teachers should now contribute in framing the government policy along with the strategies to execute it. We only remain as a teacher, but we are capable of framing the policy, which in other countries, policies are framed by teachers, academicians, who are also the researcher. And hence, it is our duty to come together. As you know that most of the teachers work standalone, and there is a need for change. The teachers of different expertise should come together, task group, and should take up any research as a research of interdisciplinary nature. As you know that there is a place in university, in institutions, where we can bring together the expertise. And as you know that technology is perfected when it is studied and done the research in all the aspects. And that is possible when the research is done by the task force consisting of experts from different faculties. As you know that the future is for fast changing world, we should think out of the box. These teachers should not only remain in academics field, but the experts from research institutions, industry, teachers or academicians should come together and form new innovative ideas, or should start the new enterprises or startups. As you know, can produce engineers, technologists, a good academician, good administrator, but why he should not become a part and parcel of the new enterprises or new startups? And I'm sure that this is going to happen when we think out of the box. In education system, as I was mentioning that the new education policy is available on, everybody should read this document of new education policy as Decade of Education for Sustainable Development and executed by UNESCO. And in 2014, UNESCO at Japan, that World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, has come out with the Global Action Program. All teachers should read that document, Global Action Program on Education for Sustainable Development, where the education should result into creation of global citizen. Challenges identified by UNESCO, and these 24 consumption of resources and sustainable production of resources, climate change, biodiversity, and disaster mitigation. And these 24th century challenges can be met out only through developing the skills of 21st century. And lastly, the education is going to play extremely important role, catalytic role, to create the global citizen through this education to meet the 21st century challenges described by UNESCO. And hence our education system should ensure not only to create the competent manpower for our country, but for the whole world as a global citizen to meet the 21st century challenges of sustainable development. I congratulate MIT for organizing this wonderful conference, bringing all the teachers together. They are going to be the contributor for sustainable development in policy framing and execution. I thank them all the best. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर सपकाल, आपके विचारों के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और अब समापन भाषण के लिए हम प्रोफेसर नंद कुमार निकम जी, जो कि प्रेसिडेंट हैं महाराष्ट्र स्टेट प्रिंसिपल।
Right from morning we are listening all the lectures of the Chief Minister, Mashelkar sir, Kakodkar sir, and all the dignitaries. You must have noted that each and every speaker is talking about the teacher and education. And this is the right platform, the platform of National Teachers Congress, aspires to establish a pool of all-round spirited teachers who, along with imparting education, will also produce and nurture the citizens to create future leaders of India. This is the platform which intends to promote national and regional understanding, intellectual or inter-religious and intercultural dialogue, and diversity of ideas and connected teaching fraternity. I request each and every participant to be connected with each other. As Principal Chitnis sir has explained how to get in connected with app, National Teachers Congress 2016 app. You will be connected with 5,000 people across the country, and this is the first time that we will be connected with these 5,000 people with this app. It will definitely create another pool of the teachers of different faculties. As mentioned by all the dignitaries, this platform will provide an opportunity to teachers to understand national issues and prepare them to play an instrumental role in overcoming these challenges through their work in the field of education. On behalf of the organizers, once again I welcome you all and hope that the 3 days program will be able to inculcate the best suitable value system in the young minds of India. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच नंद कुमार निकम जी। और अब वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए आमंत्रित करेंगे ग्रुप कैप्टन रिटायर्ड डीपी आप्टे जी को। स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग, मायर्स MIT।
It's indeed my honor to propose a vote of thanks. I'll start with Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, who was here in the first session, then Shri Prashant Jagtap, Mayor of Pune, Dr. Raghunath, our guide and philosopher, and eminent scientist, Shri Rajiv Khandekar from ABP Mazda, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, very well-known scientist and competent scientist, Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, who was a keynote speaker in the first session, Professor P.B. Joshi, our chairman and guide for this National Teachers Congress, Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir. For this particular second session, those who have spoken, those who are keynote speakers, Dr. Sapkal and Dharmadhikari ji. Especially, I would like to thank our two tall personalities in education who were felicitated for Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar, Professor Dr. Mujumdar sir and Professor Dr. V.D. Karat sir. I also would like to thank all the dignitaries who are here on the dais. I would like to especially mention Dr. Nikam, Dr. Jadwar sir, and Professor Rahul Karad, Mr. Rahul Karad, who has been instrumental in arranging this, conceptualizing and arranging this National Teachers Congress. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who are present here, the media, press, and last but not the least, all the teachers, those are participants, those are here, and they are here for last almost 6 hours, and now we teachers, as a teachers, you know what must be happening to your students. But now, I once again thank you for being here and appeal to you to join that Teachers to Teachers Connect program immediately after that. That's the place you will be able to talk and your opinions on a particular subject and come out with a solution. That's the time where you can actually connect. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप्टे जी। और आप सभी से निवेदन करेंगे अपने अपने स्थानों पर खड़े हो जाएं राष्ट्रगान के लिए।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
और इसके साथ ही आज का ये सत्र हम यहीं ख़त्म करते हैं, लेकिन कल सुबह 9:30 बजे से नए सत्रों के साथ हाजिर हो जाएंगे और ये नए सत्र आपके लिए एक और विचार गंगा में गोते लगाने का मौका साबित होगा।
Thank you very much. And let me just remind you once again to be there for the Teacher to Teacher Connect Part 1, which is scheduled just now. I hope you have registered and now you have the acknowledgement slip, which will guide you as in where you have to be, in which classroom is designated for you. You all are requested to join the Teacher to Teacher Connect program in the designated classroom. Please refer to the acknowledgement slip, registration slip, which is given to you. On the back side of the registration slip, you will find the map which will tell you where you have to be for the Teacher to Teacher Connect program. Tomorrow morning, we are going to start sharp at 9:30 a.m. You all are requested to be there at 9 o'clock sharp. Tomorrow, the first session, that is the plenary session 2 of the first National Teachers Congress, is going to be the Indian values in present education system. How much is too much? You all are requested to be there for this second plenary session of the Congress. And in that particular session, we are going to have Talayogi Pandit Suresh Talwalkarji and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Calcutta, West Bengal, Professor Ashutosh Ghoshji, which would be followed by plenary session 3, which is CSR for corporates, TSR for education. You all are requested to be there for that session as well, which would be hosted by Honorable Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Professor Dr. W.N. Gareji, renowned international cardiologist and director, Cath Lab Ruby Hall Clinic, Dr. Jagdish Hiremadji, and the social innovator and entrepreneur founder chairman of Agastya International Foundation, Sri Ramji Raghavan, Ruchi Mathur, and eminent speaker, His Holiness Swami Ramdev Ji Maharaj, which would be followed by session 4, We Are Teaching, Are the Learning, which would be addressed by Jabbar Patel Ji, Syed Kalbe Rushaid Rizvi Ji. Session 5, Is There a Lack of Political Will in Improving Education?, in which we would be listening to His Holiness Shri Ravi Shankar Ji, Shri Nilotpal Basu Ji, and many guests of eminence.